and I guess I will record this. So we're gonna be picking up with City Skylines. This is the beginning of a new run. We don't have an actual plan for specifically what we're doing, I don't think. All right. So let's see. Well, I was expecting. Well, okay, there is a pretty big steep hill behind us. I was actually expecting that we would be dealing with a mountain. I'm a little. I'm a little disappointed that there's some elevation. That's fine. Either way, I guess we're just gonna go. I mean, I guess I do have some uneven terrain here, and I'm not just gonna immediately flatten it out. Um, because that kind of defeats the point of having elevation. It's more interesting if I deal with it. Okay. First of all, let's go here real fast, cause I'm trying to remember. Some radio station channels cannot be streamed. Please note that some of the radio station channels have licensed music, cannot be used for streaming. Channels that are unavailable for streaming is Gold FM. Okay. I believe there was one of these channels. Lower the volume just a smidge in the music.
While you were busy listening to the radio, I was looking something up on
Okay.
But, well, it would take me too long to get into it. Plus, there's no cure anyway, so just sit back and relax.
Alright. Music's still too loud. Sorry. Adjusting stuff, and then also being... You know what? We're not going to worry about the music. We're going to kill the radio. Actually, I do that here. And we will do our music. Alright, so what I need to do is decide what I'm going to do for the city. I do think... We're worried about anything else, like that. There's no cure anyway. Am I on Project Zomboid? Yes. Welcome. Alright. I feel like I want to do something with that little island later. We got this weird trough. I don't know what all that's about. Oh, I guess that's supposed to be like a different route the river previously took. So that's kind of interesting. We got this kind of higher elevated area here we could do something with. Alright. So first things first. Do we want to go around the coast or do we want to go and like start on the inland? I think we want to start in the inland for something more interesting for a start. I'm trying to do is sort of have a, an area up here that's going to not closely follow, but, kind of follow the higher elevation area. And I'm spending way too much money on this, by the way. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm spending entirely too much money on this project. But the point of this is I'm trying to deliberately make the start of the city not uniform, as it were. And then this is where movement gets involved. So I can spend all day trying to fix that, or I can just go right here. And right there. So that mod move it is really nice. So we got like a really weird, irregular kind of design here. Going to try and adjust that a little bit. Because trying to place a lot of your roads in this game can be an exercise in frustration if you're trying to go for anything specific. Alright, cool. So we got this really weird, funky design here. And another thing I can quickly do is I'm going to grab a road here. And put that over there. Alright, so now I need to start building our utilities and all that, so we will put... Oh, an advanced cold plant? Okay. Interesting. For right now, we're just using straight up coal. We'll put some industry down here. That way our traffic for the industry stays mostly away from back there. We'll end up adding more roads to like fill in this inner part. But then the plan from here is I'm going to turn around and get our water set up. Now the important thing is our water intake will be up here. And our water output will be down here. Pretty straightforward reasoning. You don't want to be drinking the water that is coming out of your sewage. Let's remove snap. And I do realize if I wanted to be as efficient as possible, I could just take the pipes and like grid it out so it's like the most efficient. I'm not going to. It's good to have redundancy in your pipes anyways. And then on top of that, to me it's much more realistic for the pipes to be run underneath the city. Alright, let's pop that line there. So power's connected here. And there. And there for the moment. Alright, so we have built all the required buildings. So for the moment, this will all be residential back here. Actually take it like this and just say, yup. And I'll paint all this in. That's not going to stay that way. And then we'll make this up here commercial. We definitely don't want this long term. It's not a good city design. Ideally, you actually want to intermingle your zoning more. But I don't have enough money to take the time to put like the crossroads and do all that kind of stuff up here. We will more than likely dip well into the negatives with all this setup. But that's fine. As we'll get there. So that's the reason I ran that power cable there. Because now there's power here, so starting to get our first people moving in. Alright. Meanwhile, I'm going to actually do is I'm going to hide my camera. Because I'm also going to make my dinner happen here real fast, so if you bear with me. I really hate that that's still doing that. I do apologize about this sliding over like that. Okay. So you can kind of watch the city grow a little bit. And I'm going to eat my food real quick. You know, there's something really fun about this game that you can literally just sit there and like watch the city build itself. It's kind of cool to see like the girdering pop up, the building like slowly appear. Like it doesn't do like real building. Like you don't see like the structure go up and then the walls and all that. Just kind of like this, like the building just appears and all that. And as far as enjoy the noms, the first taco is good. The second taco, it looks like they forgot everything that wasn't the meat, so it's just a meat taco. All right, I'll be back. All right, camera's gonna pan again, so I do apologize. It's just the nature of the game. Okay. Oh, you don't have power. That's why you're upset. Well, there's nothing I can do about it because I have no money, but that's fine. What we're going to do now is we're going to fast forward time a bit. Basically what we're doing is we're waiting for the population to go up. So the issue is I didn't have that power cable running close enough to the commercial. That should solve itself, though, as this expands this way. Now, these ones will likely go out of business, but I built big at the start and overspent. But if you watch, as we have our population go up, our deficit will slowly go down until it starts going positive. But it's going to take us a little bit to get there. Now I'm trying to think of what kind of city we're going to be doing. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, no, I've overspent before and gotten myself in trouble. Here, we're just gonna really fast forward. Now, it is a chance it'll be like, oh no, do you want to file for bankruptcy or whatever? And it's like, no. Or emergency loan or whatever. I'm going to say no because that disables achievements if you say yes. And we should recover from this. I just need the commercial to open up here and it'll bridge that and then we'll be good. Just gonna cut our budgets. We shouldn't need all that. I stand immediately corrected. Okay. But the others I can get rid of. For now, I'll have to add in later. And the weekly income is... Wait for it. It's right there. Just give it a second. And it is... Alright, apparently I do have to pay this. It kept getting close to positive. We'll get there. There we go. Now we're starting to get commercial down here where we can actually get power. So those will show up, which will keep causing the residential to expand. And for whatever reason, they're being dumb and still building up here where they don't have power. Like I said, it'll just be like one of these buildings fills in, and then it'll bridge that whole area. Oh. Alright, so gain in size. And because we gained in size, we got our first influx of cash. And with that, we don't have a lot of money to work with, but we do have to have the garbage dump. If you don't have a garbage dump and you get... You know, you get this big and all that, it just ends up causing problems for you later. Now, ideally, I'd love to put in a school as well. I just don't have the budget for it yet. So we're just going to let it run for a bit longer. Double time it. You know what I'm going to go ahead and do? I'm going to turn on the... Sorry, the screen is going to scroll again. It's just a City Skylines thing. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the redeem, name something after me. It says name someone after me. But it's named something after me in this case. So if you want something named after you, let me know. You just have to do the redeem. And I will let you have whatever we can find to be named after you. So we can have a road named after you. The power plant can be named after you. That kind of stuff. I think you can name individual houses. You can. I wouldn't do it because those will go away. And actually, I think, can't I mark it Historic District? Okay. Yeah, literally, you want something named after you? If you do the redeem, just let me know what it is, and we'll have it named after you. I won't promise none of them will go away as the city, you know, changes, tsunamis, all that kind of stuff. But if I do catch that we're getting rid of one of the things that's named after someone, I'll try and, you know, find an equivalent to name it. I won't super promise, but we'll try. That should probably be bridged power. Okay, so now the power is all bridged, so it should stop having problems there. And we are financially positive for the time being. So, some of the thoughts I have for the style of city we're making is I could see doing like a northwest college town, like little college town. Could be interesting, like putting the college campus somewhere in there and like having the city sprawl out from it, because that's a normal thing you run into seeing. We could try to do an industrial town. I can't see other than like this is farming here. Yeah, so we got farmland here, we got farmland there, and we got farmland here, and this is trees. But you can make trees happen anywhere. I don't think the fishing is going to be particularly good. Where I'm sitting now, I don't see good spots for ore and coal, but I'm willing to bet there's good spots by this mountain. But I could see doing like an industrial city. We could go as hard as possible on like a tourism city. But I could see having a like thematically making a city. Start building up a story behind our city. Oh, and for the most part, you're gonna notice I'm gonna mostly ignore the RCS. which is the thing that says you need more residential, you need more commercial, you need more industrial. When you're playing games like SimCity, it's good to listen to that, like, just immediately be like, oh, I need to absolutely make offices. You have to be very careful in City Skylines when doing that, because if, for example, I watch, I go, oh, give a whole bunch of give a whole bunch of industry to satisfy that, and then that goes down, then residential because you build that. The population explodes, and that's fine. But the problem is, after a while, all of those people get old and die at the same time, and you get in this cycle of death waves, where your economy is like going great, everything's amazing, and then everyone hits retirement age at the same time, your economy starts coming down, and then they die, and your economy just hits the ground. And then you have this ridiculous hit on your, this ridiculous hit on all your schools as everyone has kids at the same time, so your schools get absolutely slammed. And, like, this whole time your economy is just tanked, and then they finally get to adulthood, and everything gets better until you hit the next wave where everyone gets old at the same time. So you kind of want to, like, deliberately slowly grow your city. So, like, don't build out, like, a giant subdivision like that. Build, like, 1 or 2 streets. You deal with those death waves with random acts of meteors. Death waves can't kill my city if I do it first. So, death waves will solve themselves over a prolonged period, assuming you do not have a situation that creates a net new death wave. There are other things you can do, is like deliberately put, like, again, just add 1 street, wait a little while, add 1 street, wait a little while, add 1 street, wait a little while, to just try and make it so that the people are aging at different rates. But then again, you get a tsunami and then the whole thing's ruined. That's actually one of the reasons why it is worth making shelters and all that for disaster. Oh, we made up to another size larger. Alright, so we're thinking the college town. How do we feel? And I'm gonna have to... How do we feel about trying to make this the college campus? That these islands over here. That'll be like our main college will be on those little islands in the middle of the river. It'll end up sprawling out past that as I need more space. But I like the idea of like starting like one part of the college campus like here and have it like slowly expand, and then, you know, the city kind of building up around it. Because I don't really have a good spot other than just plunking it down. It seems like pristine real estate you could sell for at least $1 trillion, which is why, if you're like in the infancy of a city and you manage to snag up that ground before people know that's, you know, important and big, you can make stuff happen. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and do the region map, and I'm going to expand up here. And I do have one of my mods is I can just keep buying more and more tiles. But they come available at like the normal rate. So it's not like a cheat thing where suddenly I have the entire map up, which I don't think is a big deal. Can I buy it off you for 5,500 channel points? Alright, so let's see. So things that need to happen is we are going to need to add more housing. And I'm going to need to add a fire department, a police department, a medical, and we are going to want to have at least some kind of school. So that's going to be terrible for traffic later, by the way. But that's the kind of things that we're looking at. So we're going to actually deliberately cause ourselves problems to fix. Alright. So let's have... this little section over here will be our city services. Because you don't have much in the way of houses built here yet. Oh, here, I want you to restart snapping. Alright. gonna have a slight change in how I approach this. I want to make a circle here. And we're gonna put the city services mostly around the outside of it. If your house is built in there, it's too bad. Eminent domain. Yep. So it's an oval, but that should allow me to build on stuff. And we will... Why is it conflicting with that road over there? It's fine. Alright, so we've got all that going on. So the first ones are going to be the fire department, because that'll be absolutely crucial for the city to function, and the police department. Bulldoze that guy's house, everyone immediately is happy. Hey man, it was Tom down the road. Tom was a jerk. Everyone knows Tom was a jerk. It's just the way it was. And so I'm also going to do is that rearrange some of the housing over here. So we're going to go here. Let's clean up those ones. Clean up that spot and that spot. And then this is going to be commercial right here in the middle. So we've got themselves a nice little shopping center up by the police department, because everyone knows you build your police department and your fire department next to where all the money in town is. It has nothing to do with actually... Nah, we're not going to get into that. Did they make changes to the housing and all that? It seems like I'm seeing more trees on the lot than I used to, which is good, because that was always my complaint, which I can't show you right now because it's pouring rain. Is that there'd be a lot... Like, you'd look at the whole thing and be flat. Just like flat, you know, dirt with like one or two trees in it, so it looks very plastic. And so the way I solved that is I put a bunch of trees and like add like little retention ponds to that to give it some texture and all that. Oh, let's see. Could you imagine getting home from work and your house is just gone because the city decided to build a park and a police station? Yeah, I mean, of course. For the greater good. Alright, so we're still profitable for the moment. So I do need a hospital, well, a medical center. And assuming we're still profitable, we put a community school in here as well. No, it's just gone. Well, that's a thing that's... Where did... Oh, my journal's over here. Like, that's a thing that's happened, is like... It wouldn't be that the city, like, eminent domained kind of thing. It would be that, you know, someone's house is, like, the foundation was shot, it had been condemned, and so, like, someone bought the lot, and they were gonna, like, knock down the house or whatever. But then the demolition, you know, people get the wrong address, and they knock down someone else's perfectly good house that, you know, they're actively living in, when no one's there. That's happened a couple of times that you hear about, and you're just like, oh... Well, hey, garbage trucks. Hey, I'm not gonna, there's laws. Garbage trucks. You're supposed, you need to pull off the road. You need to make way. That's how that works. You pull off the road and let the ambulances go by. That's like federally required. Unless it's unsafe to do so. Or other very specific conditions. Guardian's like, man, I got a schedule to keep. The worst thing is we have an ambulance going the other way and it's going to get there first. Well, I said like a college town in the Northwest. Congratulations. This is the Northwest if you're up in, like, Washington State or Oregon a good chunk of the year. It's not quite this heavy of rain. It's more like a perpetual drizzle. Then they have very beautiful, I think was it their summers that it gets really nice? I can't remember. I always get it wrong. That's like a perpetual drizzle for part of the year, and then you get like a chunk that's just like really gorgeous weather. And I've definitely shown up there way too many times where it's just the nature, like the weather can be referred to as just kind of sad. It's not a downpour, it's just a drizzle. We decided to give you fair market value on your pile of rubber house. Here's a $5,000. Here's $5,000 and a Blockbuster gift certificate. And we will pay you $1,200. Oh, and you will need to pay to dispose of the rubble. Yep. All right. I would love for there to be a good, solid downpour to get rid of the fires. Yeah. Well, that's the thing that was interesting with California is they finally came out of a drought. They've been in a drought for a long time, and just the weather pattern changed. And my understanding is they've been having, I think it was this past year was an unusually wet year for California. Whereas once you get past, there's like the coast is fine. There's a first row of mountains, and that whole middle area is just desert. It's a big valley. It's where most of the food comes from in the U.S. That's like the big agricultural capital of the country. But it's in a literal desert, so they melt snow in the mountains as their primary source of water for it. But they had a whole bunch of years that just nowhere near enough rain happened, so there was just no like. You can't make water happen where there isn't water to happen. But I understand it, like, as things finally got super dire, it just sort of sorted itself out. What do they do if they get the wrong house and then they bulldoze? Do they have massive compensation? Because it's now, oh yeah, people get sued for a whole lot if that kind of thing happens. If you just straight up bulldoze someone else's house, because normally the challenge with a lot of times when something goes wrong is there's a lot of things that, yes, they're damaging, but it's very difficult to quantify and prove damages. It's really easy to go at a point like a house and say, fair market value for this house, on all of these external sources was this much. That's what it starts at. And I had all my property in. There's all that there. And then there's like the disruption from your job and all that with lost wages. And that's like, it's really easy to prove very high amounts of damages on that kind of thing. Because normally what ends up happening is like, oh, well, this happened, but what were the damages really? Because like a lot of stuff is like loss of opportunity that's super hard to quantify. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and make a community school. If I could shove this in here somewhere. Because if you increase the education, what ends up happening is you get better paying jobs, which is good for your economy. I would like to make the Creative Arts Institute, which is the equivalent of a high school. I don't have that kind of money. And the reason I'm not bothering building more residential or anything like that is they are slowly expanding. So it's not that big a deal. I'm trying to remember, there was a mod I used to get that's like City Pulse or City Life or whatever. Yeah, so like you can see right now we just built our elementary school just because it's brand new and we have lots of new citizens. It's not doing good. That should start to stabilize once our population isn't all kind of the same age. We have no death care to speak of, like I have no cemetery or anything like that. And we do have a little bit of noise in the roads, that's fine. Our crime is negligible because I have a tiny little microscopic town. Most of our business here are retail. We have all these purple retail stores. Down here I've got some forestry and some agricultural. A bunch of other. Land value is starting to do okay here. We got trees. Looks like I've got oil over here. Little strips of oil here and there. A bunch of fertile land for farming. Some ore. B-Tape saying, my house has a market value of $600. My insurance policy was for $2 million plus the contents of how about we add all the sums together and total? So they won't recognize the insurance. That'll be one thing you won't get. Because arguably, when everything's said and done, you're going to get the insurance. That would actually, if anything, count kind of against you. Because you'd say, my damages were, $600,000. Be like, well, you were insured for $2 million. Now, you're still probably going to get awarded the damages without the insurance. But, the argument would be, well, if you're going to get $2 million for $600,000 loss, the damages weren't that bad. Because ultimately, in theory, you've made money. Insurance doesn't cover the act of city with bulldozer. You're probably right. It probably wouldn't. But, they would like, the damages would be, like, the actual lost property. So, like, the home. Your insurance, they're not going to take any consideration for as far as, like, if your insurance is going to pay $2 million, that's not damages they did to you. That's money you could have potentially made if your house is destroyed in a different way. That's opportunity cost, and a lot of times that is not something you could or not something that would reasonably be awarded in a suit. We lost house due to fire. $600,000 was to rebuild the house. We had content insurance. Yeah, so you'd have $600,000 for the house. You'd have a way of estimating the value of your property in your house, and that would more than likely be awarded as well. And then it'd be like lost wages and that kind of stuff, and then, if it goes to court fees and all that would usually be awarded. Like that kind of thing. Alright, well, the high school might be around the corner. Alright, pretty soon we're going to end up needing to expand our businesses. I'm trying to avoid putting too much more industrial down here right away, but I'm going to probably need to. Because industry ends up building a lot of traffic, and it also pollutes. But at the same time, we don't have enough of those jobs. Alright. Got the nice farmland? Yeah, I don't have industrial regions yet, can I? I can, actually. So the problem is, this industry butts right up against that. That's going to be a pollution problem. I could definitely take advantage of this and over there. I think for right now I'm going to leave that generic. One thing I definitely want to do as well, it's going to be a slow burn kind of thing. Let's drop this down to medium. What I want to do down here, and I'm going to start where there's mostly not houses yet, is we are going to go to this. I'm going to do the renewable sustainable housing. Why is that not assigning? I chose... Oh, I chose the wrong one. Alright, so we're going to make it sustainable housing. And the reason for that is that'll lower its pressure on our grid. I'm going to leave the commercial just to be whatever it wants, and the industrial. But the reason I'm doing this one section at a time is it'll delete any existing houses and rebuild them, and it takes a little bit. So it's one of those things I want to just kind of like poking our house over. Alright. And part of the reason I'm going so far into the renewable, even though it's a little less reliable, is the renewable power is going to not require me to have trucks constantly going in and out of my town. Alright. It'll be a little rocky until we get geothermal in here, and then we'll be in good shape. Right, so the industrial demand is down. You build up an area over here that's commercial. Do kind of the exact same thing we did before. Alright, so let's do this. We'll go here. Halfway there. Grab this to make it round. It'll be slightly off-center, because there's not a whole lot of room there. We'll get rid of that. And trying to deliberately choose a couple places that we don't actually have houses built in here yet. Okay, and so we're going to go here and say, yep, make all of this commercial. And put a water pipe through it. Alright, we have power problems again. Did I have my budget turned down still? On the roads, I do. Okay. Let's scoot you over here. I said little by little I'm going to convert it to being the renewable. Or sorry, not renewable, sustainable. That's interesting. They have like little trenches here. What I'm going to do is, even though we're not going to be using it yet, we're going to go ahead and start putting this into a region here. Like we said, we're going to make this where our college campus is. Someday we'll get a high school. Yeah, and that'll probably happen when we have like the next one. And so with this, we'll also want to have sustainable housing. We'll have organic and local produce on the college campus kind of thing. I can't choose to work in the university yet. All right. So we've got this building up more and more. You got a little bit of commercial in here. They have kind of these like little shopping centers tucked in the middle of the neighborhoods. We'll probably put the high school up here, I think. The problem is we're wanting to make like the fancy one that costs like 30,000. All right, and it doesn't look like the elementary school is adequate for our needs. We'll get there, but right now we just need to make it happen. All right. Let's see. I was seeing if we had any of the roads that would be nicer here. Because they'll add roads with sidewalks and all that kind of stuff. Give the, a lot of City Skylines for managing your traffic is just giving people as many alternate routes as you can that aren't cars. So like having sidewalks, having, you know, mass transit, having businesses be like, you have residential and commercial all kind of together and that kind of thing, so that the people don't have to necessarily drive nearly as far. Anything you can do to reduce the amount of commute. Like right now, the city's actually, like this part's okay, but the fact that all of this is residential, that's commercial, and that's industrial is bad because it means all of the people from here have to drive out to get to work and, you know, for fun, and then drive back. So that means you're going to have a bunch more vehicles in this area versus if it was like more mixed zoning, you know, they might just drive a little ways down the block and back. We'll probably figure it out, like, when we start messing with the college campus area, we'll probably start working on a bunch of that. Alright. Yeah, so really could use another school. Yeah, because we make this area up here, we could put another area with like commercial up here. We could put, you know, maybe it's, yeah, you could put this over here. We could put in our elementary school there. We could go up here and put the high school. If we get a graveyard, maybe we fit it in there as well. We'll see. All right, another section onto here for the sustainable housing. Because if I go and I replace the whole thing, all of my housings collapse. You'll watch all my income drop down to nothing, and I have to wait for it to recover, which is a whole big thing. All right. And like instantly getting our houses replaced. Okay, so let's make this a straight road again. We take it right down the middle here. How do you recover the income with, how to recover the thing? So the problem is the children just don't really have a lot of money. Came back with a sandwich? Nice. That's unfortunate that you decided to appear your cars right there. The whole not really having a way to get down from there is kind of a big problem. All right, so let's go over here and fix our zoning. Okay. All right. So yeah, so like, it's kind of nice to have these kind of cities where, you know, it's not just level. That's one thing. There's like hills and all that. It's also got like not just grid. It's got some character knot. Now, one things usually I'll end up doing is like over here where you see I've got this gap here. I'll usually shove a bunch of trees in all these areas to try and give it a little bit more character. All right, I think it's time. I actually put the high school right there. So we now have a high school. Well, high school equivalent. It's technically a creative institute, but it is, for purposes of this game, an option for high school. All right. You know, residential's more in demand, so we'll get to the next section. Okay. What we'll end up doing is, I think we'll actually try and see what we can do so far as making the college a walkable areas, because that's a new thing at the plaza. I don't want to make the whole city the walkable thing. We'll have like just that middle chunk of the city that the university is at will be, you know, a really nice kind of expense area. They will allow me child labor in the factories in the country. I mean, there's federal laws that say no, so even if this city wanted to do it, the federal law would be like, absolutely not. No children in the factories or the cornfields. You're thinking Frostpunk. Where they go, the city must survive. I'm curious about, so Frostpunk 2 with their announcement, they it's 30 years after the storm in Frostpunk, where basically you do all sorts of horrible things because it's literally humanity just trying to survive the brink, and the game gets really dark. So if that's not your vibe, like, be careful. But what ends up happening is it takes 30 years later after you've done those things, and depending on how you play, you can kind of go like one extreme where you're like super duper theocracy, or you can go the other way where you're basically pretty much your fascist. You can go to these extremes and all that. But and like regardless of which way you go, you can do like child labor and all that kind of stuff. But again, it's put as like an extreme survival situation. But this takes place years later. Society has started to stabilize, and now you have to deal with kind of the ramifications of that. And, you know, people having their stuff where it's like, okay, we survived, but we did these extreme things. We lost our humanity along the way, and there's pushback, and we don't know how it's like going to actually play or anything like that. But it is one of those things like, all right, I'm glad they didn't just, oh no, the next storm kind of thing. That we do get to kind of explore, okay, you did this thing in desperation to keep the last glimpse of humanity alive, but also, like, you did all this stuff, and it was still bad. It was still real bad. Alright, so Archplay Stuff has redeemed to have something named after them. What would you like? You want to be a random citizen. Can I name a random citizen? I can name a business after you, a home after you. Can you name a suburb? Alright. So here's what we got. I've got like this little hilltop town. Which is right now just generic meadow squares, so you could have that named after you. Eventually our plan is to put a university in like just like a really kind of nice, like, walkable community. Hi.
Hi.
So which would you prefer of those two locations? Obviously there's like nothing at the university location yet.
Hi, Brendan son.
But either way. And I can make it Arcadia.
Hi, Eonic. Bill Eonic.
You still have children in your grenade factory? I don't. What are you talking about, Strider?
Nothing.
What's up?
Who's the hubby that I love with all of my heart?
Me? Me? Oh, okay. I was really nervous about that for a moment. But I can name it Arcadia. Just whichever location you want. Like this. Like this has two elementary. No, yeah, one elementary school, a high school, a police department. Like it's like a small town right now. It's gonna expand
Schools? Why would you want an educated populace?
because I can tax them more.
Oh, good.
It's all about the money.
Yeah.
There's like the whole thing where it benefits society, but that's secondary. I mean, that's just added bonus.
Yeah.
It's about the taxes.
Taxes.
How many houses? All right. Yeah, and this is gonna be this whole hill I'm still working at. So this is Arcadia. And done. Sorry about the scrolling. That's just the way the game is. Like it scrolls when I tab out. All right, we're gonna keep expanding that because we've switched over from being standard to like sustainable housing.
Cool.
So the problem is when I change it, just there goes the neighborhood. They're like, oh, we have to have we have to have sustainable housing now. Oh, close it all down. Shut it down.
What's funny?
It's just rebuilding it.
Yeah.
It is mechanically the way a game works.
Tear it all down.
It would be interesting if the game had a means, like, if you built your neighborhood and you said, like, make it sustainable, that you just see, like, solar panels appear on the roofs kind of thing, or, like, the little wind farm or something, where it's like, okay, it's still the same houses that were before, but, you know, they arguably, like, been retrofitted.
Mm-hmm. That would actually be more environmentally friendly, because now you have the carbon emissions from the construction and making all those materials.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why when it comes to that kind of stuff, like buying an electric car, unless your existing car is in like really bad shape, the fact that your existing car, even though it is burning gas and putting out tons of CO2, if it's perfectly good and you junk it to buy a, you know, freshly new manufactured electric car, it's usually worse. Now, obviously, if your car needs to be replaced, then it makes sense to buy whatever the one. You'll take your main nuclear reactor? They don't... I mean, they have them in, like, submarines and all that, but they're not for civilian use. The government is very picky about letting people have nuclear reactors for some reason.
Yeah, they're so mean. In Ghostbusters, Mr. Peck didn't like it. He was like, I'm from the EPA.
That's what things I always get, is like a whole bunch of people are like, oh, in the Ghostbusters, the EPA was so awful and so bad. I'm like, no. If you actually like look at it,
like,
they have this nuclear reactor in the basement in like the middle of, was it Manhattan or New York?
They were in New York. Yeah.
They have like this nuclear reactor. It doesn't have a critical safety feature in the middle of an urban area. You should shut it down. Now, obviously, because of the time frame the movie came out and everything else, like everything goes wrong because of it. Like, no, but the EPA was still right to shut that thing down.
Yeah, but it let out the ghosts.
It did let out the ghosts. That's the thing. Like, I kind of am annoyed that I was like considered like it made the EPA look like the bad guys. Like, hey, you can do that, but in this particular situations, the EPA is making the right call. You don't want just any random schmuck running a nuclear reactor in an urban environment.
No.
That is how you make it a no longer livable urban environment. Also, if it is a nuclear reactor, where are they getting their enriched uranium from? Because I have questions about the legalities involved in having, I don't know, civilians with access to enriched uranium.
Especially since, like, Egon and Ray, I think, were the only two that really knew what was going on.
Right. And of the people working there, only two of them were really competent when it came to all that.
It's lore.
It's lower uranium. It's legal. Well, that's the thing. It's a movie, so I can kind of do that. Watching movies with you must be a great time. Oh, it can be a lot of fun. Well, that's the thing. Like, I enjoy the movie. It's not like I interrupt the movie to do it. It's just after the fact, you're kind of like, hang on a second, wait. No. Like, I'm not the person who, like, sits there, you're in the middle of a Star Wars movie, go like, all right, hang on, pause the movie. That makes no sense. No.
Yeah,
You
those
enjoy the movie.
bombers made no sense. Those
Yeah.
bombers
Oh
made
my
no
god.
sense.
The bombers and the Star Wars later ones. I'm like, what? Why would you have a big rack drop bomber?
It didn't make any sense.
You're in space.
I'm not even mad about the physics of it because I can justify
Yeah,
how
it's
they
like
drop.
magnets or whatever
But
forced
like
up.
from a tactical point of view.
We're all pause the movie. Now listen. If you did that with Star Wars, it would take months to watch.
Oh gosh, in episode 7, when they blow up Hosnian Prime and they instantaneously see it on Takodana, like I was just like, no.
Space is big.
I know.
You know
I'm
how
like, those should be light years away from each other.
you know how long it takes a light year to travel 1 light year? It
A
takes
year!
the year. Which means if I blow up something 100 light years away, do you know how long it takes before I see it? 100 years.
And like, granted, I don't know exactly how many light years away Takodana was from Hosnian Prime, but I'm guessing it wasn't 0.
Was it in the same solar system? It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, and I don't think it was, because that was the whole point. It was like, because they didn't just blow up one planet on Hosnian. Like, they blew up. Hosnian Prime is a solar system. They blew up the whole solar system. That's the whole
Yeah.
point.
Well, I
That's
mean,
why
even
that laser went like this and then spread into multiple lasers. Also doesn't make sense.
even as someone like right now, like right this second, boom, the sun's gone. We won't know for what is it, like 8 minutes?
Yeah, about 7
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes. That's how long it takes light to travel. It's like the sun's just poof gone. We don't even know for 8 full minutes, and that's like at the earliest possible we could know about it. Because again, light is super duper fast until you scale things ridiculously large, and then it's still fast. It's just not fast relatively. Maybe the definition of a light year is how far light travels in a year while traveling through a block of lead. It's actually space is really small.
I mean, they don't know what parsecs are, so sure.
The reality is the entire Star Wars universe is like microscopic.
That would be so funny.
Like you look at a stormtrooper, they're like literally grains of sand.
That explains everything.
Hence explaining how you can like jump from place to place. You're actually only jumping like 2 or 3 inches.
Yeah, they're like.
Yeah, it's another marble from Men in Black.
Men in Black. Oh no, that was the first one. Yeah, never mind. Yes.
It's a shame Universal didn't buy Star Wars. That way we could have the Men in Black Star Wars crossover. Which it wouldn't be like they actually have Jedi, interact with the Men in Black. It would just be a marble.
That'd be so awesome.
Okay. So we need more industry before we can expand. And those 2 buildings burned down. It's fine.
If you ever get near us, don't jeer us. We're fearless. MIB. Alright? What does that stand for? Men in Black. Remember?
I'm aware of the song. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yes, you're Pepperidge Farms. We see things that you need not see, and we be places that you need not be.
I can go ahead and expand the commercial. It should be fine. Yeah, it's gonna slow down our growth for a little bit. That's the reason you see in the negative numbers here is I'm effectively like rezoning it.
You know how Pepperidge Farm makes goldfish crackers?
Sure.
And you know how like little kids live off of goldfish crackers? I'm talking like toddlers, 3-year-olds maybe.
Yeah, they certainly try.
I think without Pepperidge Farm, humanity would die. Those little goldfish crackers are really keeping us going.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and expand that.
I mean, kids might get by with Cheerios, but it's not the same.
What about cheese stick and apple slices?
Ew. Are you trying to be healthy? That's gross.
Some parents try.
Yeah.
Try being the operative word.
Yeah, they give their kids raisins with that yogurt covering. They're not bad.
I do very much enjoy the videos of like baby's first ice cream.
Those are great.
Where you see the baby, and like usually they're like
They're like, ugh.
they'll start good, like they'll kind of go back and they'll be like, oh, why? And then like a second later, there's like,
They're like,
and you know, just go for it. There's just that moment where it's like, oh,
Yeah, they're
oh,
like,
it's cold.
And then they're like, wait.
And then like, wait, that is delicious, and I need it in every orifice of my face.
No.
Alright, so it's gonna bring pollution a little bit closer than I like, but we're just kind of dealing with this right now. Alright, so let's go ahead and start building out this section here. So you can go ahead and put... We'll see if this will work.
Rual and I rode the Men in Black ride at Universal Studios Florida a few weeks ago, and we were Galaxy Defenders. Are you happy?
Uh-huh. Tim cheats.
I think that's cute.
Pretty sure you do.
I legitimately beat you. I know how to shoot the aliens.
She does point out stuff that's like, I've noticed, even if you don't hit anything, if you just hold the button,
Oh,
your
yeah,
score
you
keeps
get
going up.
points. Yeah, you just keep getting points. But you don't get high points. That's not how you win.
Well, right. But it's like, wait a second, like literally if I were just to hold it and just go like this, like at the ceiling, it's just like, yeah, I have some points.
Yeah, by the end of the ride, you have like, maybe like 10,000 or something. Not much.
You tried, Pumpkin.
He's just bitter, because the last time we rode Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, when we exited the first room, I had over 200,000 points, and he was like, what?
I mean, more ridiculous was the person that was like in the vehicle next to us.
I think he was really mad that I pushed the red button, because he was trying for it too, and if he had, he would have almost maxed out the score. He would have been over 900,000, but because I pressed the red button, he was stuck at 800 something thousand. I think he was actually pretty upset.
Good.
He was like, oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I think it's like, ah, so close. Oop, didn't mean to D-zone that.
And I was like, that's right, I know when to push the red button. And Zen tells me to.
When the ride allows it.
Yep. I do think it's funny because, like, I get it because it's noisy in there and there's lots going on, obviously. So, but I feel like most people don't even realize that he's going press the red button, but it's like really loud. He says it really loudly, but yeah, most people don't realize.
For those who don't know, the Men in Black game or Men in Black ride is at Universal. They put you in a vehicle. I think there's six
There's
seats.
6 people, yeah.
And they have like it's just wired in, but it's like a little if you remember the old like the blaster from like Nintendo, it's like that, but it's like shorter and round.
Yeah.
But the vehicle just goes through and there's a bunch of things that pop down, they have like eyes and all that, and you just kind of shoot at them and you get points if you hit stuff. And the
It's
vehicle
really
just
fun.
goes through. It's fun. There's a couple rides that do that same exact style.
It's like a real life video game.
Mm-hmm. There, and that's the entire neighborhood of Arcadia. We're not making nearly as much profit because I just basically got rid of an entire section of houses real fast. Did I get rid of too many? Okay, the power's still connected. Pomona got worried. Is like, did I just delete too many houses that the power grid's not hooked up anymore?
I'd be upset.
Yeah, people get really unhappy when you're like, oh, you don't get to have power anymore.
Is Arcadia young? Like, you haven't filled up much of that rectangle.
Yeah, no, it's still pretty new. I don't remember what year your city starts in.
Have Amazon Prime? Question mark?
Use it or lose it. If you're gonna give Jeff Bezos your money, you might as well get your value back out of it. Bulldoze the burned down buildings. Okay, so you're probably complaining about customers? Yeah, I don't have enough people here. That's fine.
That's sad.
Yeah. It's just we haven't been growing the city a whole lot yet.
Sam, grow your city more.
Okay.
Why do you look like a little Einstein fish? Is that you?
Oh no, that's her. It's like an in-game like Twitter thing for
Oh.
stuff happening. So like the one person's like, "Our vacation was extended. Could someone water the plants while we're gone? Key is in the flower pot on the porch." And ecological does not equate uneconomical. Many of the modern eco-friendly solutions are comfortable and relatively affordable. They'll basically they're giving dialogue related to the kinds of things you're doing in your city.
Yeah, it's a world building.
All right.
It looks like an Einstein fish.
I think it's supposed to. You could do like a whole bunch of different styles.
Why are you building one random offshoot road?
Because I'm going to need to expand. And so, I don't want to go ahead and sit there and like do that. Also, don't store the keys there. Yeah, don't do the thing where you have your floor like like the fake rock that people put like, their keys in and that kind of thing. Don't do that. Don't do the flower pot. Don't do it underneath your mat. Don't do it on top of your light. Because guess what? Those are all places people absolutely know about, and all you're doing is making it so someone doesn't even have to break in to enter. They just enter.
For those who are old enough / remember, back in like, I want to say it was maybe late 90s, early 2000s, Norm Macdonald had his own sitcom. It only lasted a couple seasons, but I really liked it. And he lived in an apartment, and outside his apartment, he had a fake rock with a key. Like in the apartment hallway. There were no actual rocks, right? It was funny.
Oh, I didn't catch that was an apartment
It
building.
was in
Yeah.
an apartment, so it was just in the hallway. He had a fake rock.
Okay, so I'm gonna start doing is building a subdivision that goes up here to the coast and then like comes back a little ways. We'll have it, connect on to Arcadia and all that kind of stuff. And so this will be a different area. We're just gonna start going up this way. All right. And we're not going to change anything about the commercial zones, but we are going to make the residential sustainable. I believe we can also change the style. So we're going to go ahead and make this the European suburbia style. So this is just like default. This is European suburbia, and we'll have like the other ones. Not just to mix it up so all the houses don't look the same. Whereas my spare key is in my backyard, so I figure if someone is back there looking for it, they're just willing to break a window anyways to get in. I mean, I don't keep a spare key outside. Okay, so we've got this whole thing here. Alright. So, the way I picture is I don't want too many roads going up into this area. It's kind of like the neighborhood up on the hill. But it would be good to be able to get some access to this area. So I might either have some type of public transportation or walking paths that go up into there. It's like maybe walking paths to get up here and then walking paths to get over there or something like that. I haven't decided yet. I mean, it could also be that... Because I gotta be careful that I don't end up making bottlenecks through a residential area. It'll cause problems for us down the road. Alright, I have really bad fire down here. Love to see it. Okay. Oh, one thing that can change now is I don't need this anymore. Alright. I guess one thing will change while we're waiting for some of these houses to build up. Do I have the brush thing? I do have the tree brush. Where was that? It's a mod. It's a thing, so instead of placing one tree at a time and then like absolutely destroying your hand, they can put down a bunch at once. Where was that? I remember it was hard to find the last time. Let's check our options in our mods real fast. I don't see it. Never mind. Like, I'm pretty sure it's here. It's fine. We'll just start placing some trees to be fine. Yeah, so we're trying to build up some of these trees so that it doesn't look so plasticky between all the houses. But what we'll end up doing later is try and do a bit more of that. Yeah, I had the mod for tree brush, and I'm pretty sure it's loaded here. So I don't know what's going on with that. Because I could have sworn it was somewhere in this area here. Like, normally you have your selection for tiles over there. It's got to be here somewhere. I don't... So we have the move it. We have the traffic tool. There's nothing like shift, control, or alt this up. Not right click changing. Not page up, page down. Let's check our controls, key mapping. Won't spend too much time, because I'm pretty sure we had that. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know. It could be that maybe it's disabled or whatever. It's fine, because for all that mod does, instead of like going tree, it still charges the same amount, but you can just kind of like brush it over an area. And so you can determine how dense it is. Cool. So we unlocked a new tile. So let's go here. Boom. Purchase that tile. And so now we can go over here and say, okay. That'll be part of the college campus. Which is not available yet, quite yet for us. We've got a graveyard up here. We also had a public library if we can fit it somewhere, which will be a challenge. There, so we also got a public library. Okay, that's continuing to grow that way. Let's check our industry. Yeah, so we could industry the oil over there. That'd be great yet. Yeah, this is gonna be a huge bottleneck down the road that'll have to be dealt with. Can't wait for City Skylines 2? I know, right? That's actually the whole reason we're playing today, is just kind of got ourselves excited about it. Alright, so let's just check how we're doing. Our power, not doing amazing. We have geothermal yet? No. Okay, it should help with that. Water, we're doing good. Our garbage processing isn't adequate. So work on that. The fire department isn't doing too much good for us. Just insufficient. Same with the, well, the police department's doing alright. We could use another elementary school. One is industry you're going to start first? I haven't decided that yet.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
Well, we don't have anything we can do about that. I don't have the shelters or anything in there. Alright. It's fine. Water'll be like right in the middle of Arcadia. Nope. It is along the river.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
That's fine. We're just changing the flow of the river. That's all. Alright, so it didn't get too bad. Alright. And so it unfast forwarded us, so we're going to go ahead and get that turned back on. Okay. Just got our, like, coastal residential showing up. We got this nice little... Like, there's a big, like, we have this hill here that we built on the hill. That's the reason it's such a funky shape, is I followed the hill around for the most part. Yeah, so you can see where I was trying to wedge in a bunch of trees. It looked like we had a fire here that knocked out a bunch of them. Yeah, I don't know what happened with our, mod for the trees. Where we had the brush. It ends up being a little bit of a problem that these will catch fires because they'll consider like a wildfire or whatever. But I much prefer the look of the houses and all that. Which starts weaving all those. So I could come over there. Graphics version. Oh yeah, no, I totally understand. Have you seen where they changed the motion? Well, right, first-person games bother you in general. I was gonna say they did make the motion sickness mode better because it used to be the water would still move, but the raft would stay flat. They did change it now, so the water is like perfectly flat, and then the raft is perfectly flat. But yeah, it's still first person, and I remember you mentioning that just first person can be tough for you, so it's still first person. You can play third person if you wanted, but I don't think I'd want to. Yeah, now I got you. That's I'm like super excited for. Oh, you got time? Well, we actually finished today. We beat the game. Like, certainly I could go back and just make the raft bigger, but I was like, nah, let's do that stuff. Oh, you'll know immediately? That's perfect. That's good. Like, it's good when you have the thing where you take one look and you're like, nope, and you can get out of there before it's a problem. Because there's definitely some stuff you go to play that you're like, is this going to be a problem? And you play for a while, you're like, yup. Yup. And usually by the time you get there, you know entirely too well. For anyone who hasn't experienced motion sickness, once you're motion sick, you're on that roller coaster. It does not go away quickly. It likes to linger for a good while. So reasons why you'll find people who deal with like motion sickness long term do not take their chances, because once they're on that roller coaster, it's like, well, I get to be miserable for the next hour or two. You hit you for like 2 days? Ooh, that's real rough. Yeah, I don't blame you for not taking your chances with that. For Tomb, it's like, you know, it messes with her a lot. But usually if she can get like cool wind blowing in her face, be able to like stare out onto like the horizon level, stuff like that, she can usually not like fully recover and all that, but she can usually get to where she's like really not feeling well to being manageable in not too long. But yeah, so you see what I'm doing here where I'm kind of filling in the trees? Like you can almost see how much more authentic the city looks. Like we look at this angle, like this area here looks like a real city that you have like kind of the trees are here, the city's all woven in it. Whereas if we go over here, where it's just barren with the occasional tree, it looks very plastic. It's one of the reasons why one of the mods I always get in this game is unlimited trees, where there's not... There still is an asset limit, but it's much higher. Because these trees don't give you like some magic advantage or whatever like that. But it just looks much better. Because like this is just a texture. It's very samey. The other thing which I haven't done here, because I don't think it's a thing they do as much in the Northwest, because we're trying to make ourselves like a college town. We just don't have our college yet. Is you would sit there like I might go here and I put like a retention pond down there and a retention pond down here to catch water kind of thing, because that's the thing we do a lot down here in the Southeast, because retaining water is very important. This says, can't ride in back seats, absolutely no reading the moving car, not even just to look down. Gotcha. Two met a couple times that she was really struggling with it. It's been a while since that's happened. But yeah, there was definitely times we'd go someplace, and it would just be around the corner, and that was enough to put her down. Just not doing well. But it's been a while. Usually she's pretty good. I couldn't tell you the last time motion sickness actually prevented us from doing stuff, going places. But it had happened a lot. Like it's like she would kind of go through these spells where she would have a couple of days that motion sickness would really get to her, and then she'd have time that it just didn't even blip. All right. So it does look like we do need a second elementary school, which I kind of figured. Okay. So what we're going to need is I am going to need a road that goes up to get the students over here. We're gonna go ahead and set that up. And we're approaching this not in the we're making like deliberately good decisions or anything like that. We're very much not. We're approaching this in this is like trying to like organically grow our city. You're gonna end up having like very big growing pains later on. But that's kind of part of the fun. Alright, so let's sneak that in there right along this edge. Okay. Good decorative road yet? No. I don't really want to do it this way, but I'm going to do it. So, one of the ways I can deal with this to get this to set up the way I want it to is use this to kind of lock in the grid. That's fine. And then we can go here to the angle roads. We go halfway in between, click, halfway in between, click, halfway in between, click, halfway in between, click. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Now, obviously, I don't want this many crossroads, because that'll be just ridiculous. But we can do now. Because a bunch more residential. I'm just gonna eyeball this thing. Okay. So we can delete that one and that one. Actually, we can delete all the way through to here, can't we? It says you're powered, which does make me curious. Alright. Yep, so we got this subdivision that's just kind of like up against the hillside here, or the riverside. Or just letting that expand that way. They want more industrial, which we probably should add. I don't really have places I want to put it, though. Because I can see doing, like, farmland down here. Giving it direct highway access. One of the things that's nice about this game is you can make an artificial forest biome. I can just sit there and place a bunch of trees more and more and more until it gives it a forest biome. And then we can build lumber industry there and it's fine. Now let's check. Alright, power doesn't have a whole lot of wiggle room. Water is right at the fence of not being able to handle it. I'm trying to keep those just far enough away from the houses that we won't get noise complaint kind of stuff. Alright. Yes, that makes ground pollution. You go down here. Try and reduce the pollution we're making on this just a smidge. What? Oh. Power dipped too low. The power is going to be a bit dicey at times until we get geothermal. When we get geothermal, power becomes easy peasy. All right. Look, I just need a little bit more money. Keep building our wind turbines for the time being. Something like that. Yeah. I never mind was damaged to tiny little hairs in your... Yeah. So most of the time when it comes to motion sickness, and it's not always this, it basically boils down to you have your inner ear and your eyes. So when you're dealing with balance, your eyes are trying to present to you, okay, are you right side up, that kind of thing. And then there's little hairs in your ears that are kind of like pulled down, that they can kind of like work as like a little pendulum where they know which way up and down is by the way being pulled down. And so you have two things that feed into your sense of, you know, are you up, which way you're leaning, where are you moving? And what ends up happening is there's situations where your ear will tell you one thing and your eyes will tell you another, and your brain goes, we're poisoned. And that's the reason you feel like sick and all. Like, at least that's the belief, is that because, yeah, the two systems that are interacting and disagreeing with each other, and just absolutely your body doesn't know what to do with it. So a lot of the stuff that is used like medication for motion sickness, it's around trying to mute the signal from your inner ear. Or like to really tone it down. That way there's not a disagreement. And they make little patches that serve that same purpose. I don't know all the specifics on the medical side. But yeah, I just remembered. I have Move It. So this road right here is a little funky. And now it's not a little funky. Move is such a wonderful mod. Looks like a great world boss in 20-ish minutes. There's also is this medicine Finnegan. I think it's spelling. It's amazing for motion. Yeah, there's a bunch of things like the Dramamine is kind of probably the best known one. It works really well, but it makes you sleepy. It straight up wipes you out. But yeah, there's a shot. There's a little patch that you see that'll put people behind the ear. You'll see them a lot on cruise ships and that kind of stuff. If you ever see someone like the little patch right behind the ear, you know someone has stuff for handling the motion sickness. Which I find it interesting that the little patch is prescription. I don't really know why it is. My understanding is that it's one of those things, if you use them a lot, it becomes less effective. But to me, that would be like, why would that require a prescription? Maybe there's like horrible side effects if you get too much. I don't know. But that was always the hassle whenever we went to do a vacation. Like, Tim would have to like go bother her doctor, and like they would just like, you know, hey, do you need this? Like, yep, okay, we'll get you sent one. Yeah, so this stuff, yeah, most of it does, because it's just the way they suppress the signals from your nerves and your inner ear. The side effect is it makes you sleepy. Okay. So we definitely want to get more businesses in here. One thing I need to do is I probably need to get some commercial over here that's accessible. Like I don't have enough room to do like the little loops I've been doing over here. I could certainly make like a little branch off thing. Oh hey, I've got some more places we could have fit zones from shuffling stuff around. So what we could do is instead of having like a full-on like loop kind of thing we got over there, instead we can do something like this. Trying to think how I want to do this. Probably just a straight road. I was gonna do like a little T, which I'm gonna do over here. To make the little T there real fast. That'll give more people jobs and whatnot. And just kind of continuously growing all that. One thing we'll also do is we'll go over here, I believe it is. Let's make it a walking path through there. Making one over there. Making one over there. To help connect them a little bit where some people will walk instead of going the whole way around. Alright, and so you got that all looking good. Fill in more trees to make it look, again, a bit more like an actual city versus having a ground made out of plastic. If we're getting up closer to the water, I'm gonna use some smaller magnolia kind of trees. I'll leave like the sandy part mostly free of trees. Again, trying to make it a little bit more authentic looking. Go back here. It's kind of interesting just thinking about like having this like nice like riverside home and everything. And there's just this giant boulder in your backyard between you and your neighbors. All right. Oh, that's gonna be power, isn't it? Alright, that's right. You have yourself a good lurk. Alright, so running into our first problem, which is we're starting to get the traffic from all of our trash trucks and all that kind of stuff getting there. And so we're gonna have to start tackling that. There's a couple ways we can deal with that kind of issue. One is make it so less of our stuff is all located at, like, the same spot. So instead of right now, all our recycling centers kind of just shoved back over here. What we would do is move a recycling center to be like, you know, have like a little extra, like a little area with some services over here that handle that. So they're not all coming from the same place. I could certainly have it where I take the bridge across here and put a recycling center on this side of the road. Because we still want to keep it separate from the residential and all that. We're just trying to not feed into this traffic jam here. Alright. So cut across the road here. It'll start expanding our industry on this side of the road. Later on, I could see making this like a full-on like forest industry area. Right now it would cut right through the middle of the city, so that's not gonna work. I gotta get a direct highway access. But for the first thing we're gonna need to do, we gotta get power over here. Actually, if we've got power close enough, I might just be able to put a building here and just have it bridge over. So with that, we can go here. And when we have enough money for a recycling center, we'll put it in. Okay. Because yeah, we're trying to get rid of some of the load that we have on that side of the road and spread it out. So where these are all bottlenecking here, this brings the vehicle in from a different direction. Well, vehicles in from a different direction. So it should help. You want to get enough recycling centers that we can, you know, process what our trash is going into, not depend on as many trash locations. Oh, it's saying it can't build on water. What am I doing? Here, we'll just... Okay, now with that... we now have another recycling center to help out with stuff. We're going to just go over here. For right now, this whole area over here. That's going to be a new location. I don't expect to put any residents here. I don't expect to put any stuff there. For over here, I'm going to plan for it being forestry over here. We're not going to make an actual industry zone yet. Not till we get a connection to the highway. But in the meantime, that will let me start saying, all right, put your forestry stuff over here. And we can start like just building out that. Now downside is this road's going to be a bottleneck. Because all the people who go to work out here are going to have to come across here, and all the trucks delivering in and out are going to have to come across here. So this is going to alleviate some of the pain on this road, but not much, because I am still going to be taking up that side. But we should be able to start trying to get some of these garbage trucks to not be as busy on here. All right. We can keep the city growing. Just kind of letting the money accumulate a little bit. Watching all that. Shouldn't be too long before I need to start spending some money to build, like, parks and all that kind of stuff to support our people to bring up land values. Again, because got to get them tax dollars. Those tax dollars aren't going to get themselves. A birthday plaza. Yeah, tennis courts were relatively small. Yeah, sports hall and gymnasium. That'd be good if I could find some place to shove it over here. There might be a spot for it right there. Glittering says, I haven't seen you play Skylines before. I bet you make some great stuff on here. Yeah, I haven't been doing it this time, but normally because I try and make it look like real cities. Like, you see where I've interwoven like the big trees in here to make it feel like if you look at areas you don't do it, like over here, it looks super plasticky because there's just all these gaps of, you know, grass in there. Well, it's only plasticky because there's just not enough different textures in the grass. So when you put like all the trees, it helps with that. Another thing I haven't done in this one is I would normally take spots like this and it would sink the ground in to make it look like a retention pond. Now, granted, there'd be no water in it, but that's a very common strategy down here in the southeast to have, like, you'd have your neighborhood, you'd have an area nearby that's lowered. That way, if there's, like, lots of rain, one, you can hold the water there so that it can take more time to soak into our aquifer so we have fresh water later. And then two, all that surplus of water, it gives it somewhere to go that isn't, you know, going through everyone's homes and all that. So I do try and make it, like, feel a little bit more authentic. So we've got kind of like where we started this little neighborhood, and then, you know, we had this road where we started having an offshoot that a bunch of people started building homes right along the road. Industry started moving in across the street. We got the old industry that's been here the whole time. Like, I put down a lot more trees, but it's going to take some work. Okay. Yes, we're still at just high school level. Our high school is almost hitting capacity. I think we leave it alone for right now, but I might have to expand our high school. So what I wanted to do is I want to save up for the sports gymnasium, because that'll benefit their health. I just gotta decide where I'm putting it. I definitely see putting it somewhere in like this kind of area. Actually, no, it probably needs to be back here. Like, shove this back here. And the reason I want to do that is that gives a health benefit to everyone in the range. So that should be really good at building up land values and giving people longer lifespans. But yeah, So we're not approaching this like deliberately designing it with a strategy. Like normally you'd probably want to make your main highway go through your city and then have everything offshoot off of it. And I've done that plenty of times myself. But I'm just gonna try and grow it organically where it's like, okay, now I've got this pain point, we've grown into this area, we need a way to get our vehicles through. How do we deal with that? I think one of the next neighborhoods I want to work on is Pleasant Heights up here. Because that is where I plan on putting our university, is on the like these islands, Pleasant Heights. And I'm gonna end up building like the surrounding area. We're gonna make like a nice, fairly ritzy, walkable part of town. Okay. Alright. That's another thing I probably need to build. The building for handling disasters. So, okay. So Arcadia has a population of 2,500 people. So let's look into let's plan for disasters. So you can handle 1,000 people. Versus the big one can handle 10,000. Okay. So Arcadia is going to need 3 emergency shelters. Let's do a meteor right now. Alright, calm down. So I've got 1 there. 1 there. Okay. So put the other one here. And so the idea with that is when things go wrong, I've gotten many random meteors that hit dead center of town. Those can be kind of fun though. Like if I get a meteor like right here, for example, I'm going to change the route of the road. I usually leave the crater and just either build through it or around it. Like a lot of times whenever my first meteor is, I will make it like a park. So I have like a road that goes around the crater. You'll have like up on the top, it'll put like a pathway with lights and benches on it that have like little things. Sometimes I'll put something in the middle of it depending on how big it was. But it's kind of like having this like little crater park or whatever. Like we had this earthquake over here right now. It didn't really, it's like far enough away it didn't do anything one way or the other, but they're just waiting for money again. I'm not about trying to get every place to have enough emergency shelters, but like Arcadia is kind of one of our nicer communities. At least that's the intention. So I'm trying to add a bunch of stuff to make it nicer, safer, whatever you want to say. And the next will be like the emergency signal for all that. Alright, elementary school has plenty of capacity, high school has decent capacity. We do not have the ability to make a university, and our library is doing okay. So Arcadia's education's continuing to rise. We are struggling with not enough customers for our businesses. That's not super shocking. But I think we're gonna start going to like just push this road up the road. And then, you know, try and start building out the neighborhood up here. Like, I'll leave the island alone itself, And I will have the main road here with like the walkable area being on this side only because just the way the game works, I have to have a road access to the university. While the rest of it can be walkable, the main building has to have road access. It's probably around there that I'll start adding some kind of public transportation. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is this just an antenna that basically if something goes wrong, every place in the range of the antenna can now respond to disaster. So if we have like a tsunami, I hit the button, they all run to their shelters. That said, I don't know what that dice button does, and I'm kind of scared of it. I thought there was a setting that says, hey, only allow people in your own area. But these are like reserved for the people of Arcadia. Get a bunch of big patches in here. Alright, so let's grab the movement mod here real fast. And make these sidewalks a little more reasonable. Okay. Shove some more in between the houses. Alright, how are we doing on our stuff? Power is golden. Water is curiously not doing as well as... Oh, it's because of the eco one. Garbage processing is still not where it needs to be, so I need to add another one of those. And medical, we're doing fine. Fire, we're definitely not at where we could be. Because I have been using the little one. We're probably at the point... Well, no. Once we unlock the big fire station, we'll switch over to using the big fire station. Same with the police department. Schools... Elementary, we're good. High school, we're good. We don't have university. Public school, or... Public library's doing alright. If I were to do public transportation, my options are bus, tram, boat, airport, taxi, or tour bus. So none of, like, those improve the situation, but not by much. Getting rid of, you know, a couple of cars for a bus is a net benefit, but not the same as if you put, like, a metro or a monorail or something else that does not use the road. While I quickly go ahead and grab myself a drink, let's turn on cinematic camera. And I'll be right back in just a minute. But yeah, as the city gets along and we're waiting for like stuff to build, a lot of times we'll end up spending some of our money to like make like parks and all that. That like will have all sorts of design going on for it. Right now we're not at that point. I could put like a nice park area up here. That actually might not be a bad idea. To go out of our way for zoning. And sorry where it flashes from like bright to dark to bright to dark kind of nonsense. It is annoying that it does that. I don't think there's a good way around it. There might be a mod to make it not as bad. Alright, so we're going to put a park in here. I haven't decided what kind of park you're going to be. Alright, so we can do nature reserve or city park. I'd put the entrance down here in the commercial area, your main entrance. And then we can put a small entrance here and a small entrance there. Cherry Hill has reached level 1. Cool. Alright, so before we go any farther, I need to replace that whole design. Okay, so we've got Cherry Hill here. It's going to be our little park. So we're going to start that by going and unpausing the game. Oh, here, I can put that in. So poke a little spot over there. A little spot right there. And then what we could do here is say park, side entrance, side entrance, trying to give somewhat convincing. Here. Trying to get a little bit of a attempt at a convincing route through. Okay, so we're just trying to make this like any type of whatever we can. And also get it so some people try and cut through here on their way to work or whatever. Okay, so now I can start building up the park. But having the entrances here, here, and here, it means they will try and cut through this area for foot traffic, which means money. Okay. We will end up adding trees and all that stuff because it is meant to be a nature reserve. All that good kind of stuff. Right now, it's this giant park area that people can pay to get into. And there's just a single campfire site in the very middle. But, at the moment, if we go to park information, it is making 220 bucks on a regular basis. Alright, so we've got that. Got a campfire site over here. No one over there. Is there anything else around here that'd be big? Okay. There's a nature reserve sign there. There's one there. There's one's over there. All right, so get a whole bunch of random stuff here. What we can do real fast is build a circle in the middle of all this. We can start that by just going, okay, from here to about there. Is the center spot. Okay, and we're making some area for tents. Alright, so let's go ahead and start building this up more. I really wish it wouldn't get so bright. Oh, here's what we can do. We can grab our shovel tool. Where was that? Here we go. Start leveling out the terrain a little bit here. Yeah, let's... I think that'll do. I just wanted to have like a little bit of elevation. Because then what we're going to do is up here. Just made ourselves a little bit of a park. And we got ourselves a slightly better location. See, that's the thing. Like, while you're waiting for money, these are good things to do because they cost so little. And you do actually get a little bit of benefit from it. All right. Now, we'll be adding trees later. Okay, so back to what we were doing. Got some outhouses. We'll put a well over here. That's a little annoying that I won't put it up there. It's okay. And we're putting it so you can look out the distance no matter what direction it is to see what there's there. There's no access to water anywhere near here. But I could see if we get like a visitor building or whatever, putting it there. Got a little picnic area down here. So I kind of wanted to do was to build a fire pit. And the way I might have to do, like, to have like a fire pit in the middle of that, but the fire pits want to be along the road. That's what I thought. We can make that work. Go right here. We'll unlock everything. That's fine. Alright, we can go down here real fast. We can add that fire pit back in. Oh, come on. You know what? That's good enough. I'm not gonna fuss with it that much. I want the fire pit there, but I'm not gonna take the time to figure all that out. Okay. So I've got that going on. Now the thing we're definitely missing is, as having a nature reserve or whatever, it needs trees. Around the middle. But like our little hill with all these really bright, colorful, well, not bright, all these like really colorful standout trees. Then go right back over here. I wish I remember where the paintbrush was for this thing. Because there, we made some money. We've got a thing that's increasing the value of our houses. You can just hear them just pinging along as they're going up in value. I just realized we've got our wonderful... I mean, I guess they could see over the top. It's on like a little hill. Alright, let's see what's daylight, how good our tree coverage is. And we get all our people visiting our park. Sometimes, let's see. So, advertisement campaign draws in more people. Main park, this is the main attraction for your city to make it more attractive to tourists. If there are several parks, this policy acts that they're equally attractive to visitors. Fine for fireworks. This park will not organize fireworks. While this policy is active. Celebrate. Even more fun. Recycled garbage. Alright, so we're going to do recycled garbage because that benefits this type of park. Now, the big danger with this one is forest fires. Because my fire trucks won't go driving off-road to deal with it. I'll speed that up again. And how much money are you making me now? Yeah, so this alone is making me almost 800 per day. Just extra income. Again, there's a couple things that's doing that. One, it's just a park in general. Those actually can be pretty lucrative. And two, because it is connecting parts of the city, their choice they can follow these roads and go the whole way around, or they can just walk through the park. So it's taking more cars off the road, and I'm basically charging them an admission fee for doing so. Is there something else I can put in here? Just generic stuff I can put up there? Because I really just wanted to put a, put some up there. It's fine. Okay. And just shove more trees in there so it actually feels like a forest. But yeah, so that's the reason why trees are so important for me when it comes to city building. You look at all the area around here and it feels fake. And you look at this area here and this like looks like an actual city just woven into the trees. Because it's not like when you're going and building a city, you're going to literally like scorched earth across the entire thing and make it 100% level with like no exceptions. You know, outside being like in the middle of the Midwest and all that. But yeah, like the little trees and all that, there's just not enough. The downside of the trees is they burn. They burn. Forest fires are horrible in this when I do this. But that's fine. That's someone else's problem. Mostly my citizens. And I frankly don't care. Oh good. Our park has gotten even better, which means more money. Okay. We got a lean shelter. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. A pair of lean shelters. Put a lookout tower over here. Lookout tower over there. Was there new assets over here we wanted? No, we actually have all the assets. They're like the minor assets. We get our area for all people who want to glamp. Okay. Yeah, so you're noticing now we're just rolling in the money. Alright. So let's check our stuff. Power's doing fine. Water's doing fine. We are processing enough trash. Our healthcare is doing fine. Our fire department is hit pretty hard. I don't want to buy another fire station right now. I want to wait till we get to the next tier up, because then I can just build the bigger one. This is all in great shape. Okay, still don't have a university. The public library is trying. And public transportation is kind of crap for what we got right now. Yeah, so I'd say we definitely got a good start for our city so far. Like, this area is honestly... Yeah, this is like the abandoned industrial backwater of the city. Yeah, so part of the thing that's running around is my people are getting more educated. And because these are like low-quality jobs, they're not getting filled, and so the businesses are going under. That's just because we need to raise the land value of that. What is our land value looking at now? Okay, so land value's not great. We're about in the middle, leaning to just starting to get on the edge of high, in the kind of like the main Arcadia area. Which is fine, because they actually do deliberately intend on making Arcadia, like, super nice. That said, what I might do is wait a little bit while longer and get the gymnasium, because that'll help with health, and it will boost the land value for the entire area, which means more taxes. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking a road way over here. And like I said, we're going to start making a walkable community in this area. With the intention of expanding it into, like, the university area. So honestly, let's go ahead and grab you. And let's have it go along the entire shoreline right here. It will be on both sides of the road. Because if we're going to make a college town, the college general area needs to be kind of take over. And that'll eventually be like center of the town. This will be more in the outskirts. We'll have one highway feed from this way, one highway feed from that way. Yeah, the railway to bring people right over here. Actually, the railway, like, literally pulls right up through the area. That'll be perfect. Put a railway station right here to serve the college. And the neighborhood here. The thing we'll do is we'll put the road along this side. And then the walkable community will be over here. And then, you know, the college will be just the college itself. How are you doing? We're literally just waiting for guests. This thing is making us 1,600 a day. That park is just printing money. I play this on my phone, but doesn't look this good. Oh, well. Yeah, so once it's daytime, like, I'll show you what it normally looks like versus I'm using a couple of mods. One of the mods is unlimited trees, so I can literally just make giant forests. It will eventually be like, you've run out of assets, get rid of something. Which has always been a thing I've been super salty about in the game, is there is kind of a hard-coded asset limit, which is how many different things there are in the world. And I get why it's there. Because it starts to have real problems when you go to the asset, like when you push the asset limits higher. But, hear me out, I also don't care. I also still want to make my city look heckin' good, and when it stops performing in a playable manner, then I'll just get frustrated and I'll stop playing for the day. Yeah, right here might be a good spot for that. Hey, so we got fishing cabins and hunting cabins. I don't think I got a place I can put the fishing cabins, really. Yeah. I can put them all the way over there, but it's not going to do any good. Okay. Alright, so it's saying I need more stuff for the people to do in here. There's another spot for glamping. And another spot. And another spot. Still needs way more. Basically, I need to have enough stuff in the park to satisfy stuff. Alright, that's just a random thing that doesn't help with the stats at all. Alright, so we still need, like, a decent amount more. So one thing we can do is we can go ahead and take the path. The reason it's going over is I'm looking at this as like a nature trail. I believe that should be entirely in the zone. Yes, it is. Okay, so we're not gonna have a bunch of glamping stuff back here. We'll put a pair of lean shelters. 2 watchtowers. 2 hunters' cabins, and that should be enough that pushes it up to have... Cool. And then we'll just have to go over here to where we left off with these trees and go tree. All right. Still, like, I remember we had, like, my only guess is that the brush tool maybe with weather latest updates doesn't work. Because we had the tree brush tool just so I don't have to, like, click a million times. I could just, like, drag it over to, like, fill in the trees. Yeah, so we still got a bunch of area to fill in. That's fine. Yeah, so that's, like, when you're playing, say, Skylines normally, it looks like this over here, where it's just kind of plastic. You have, like, a little smattering of trees, the occasional building. But I go on my way to just dump tons of trees in there. Because to me, this looks like a way more authentic how a city would look. Not that all neighborhoods or whatever are, like, forests and everything. But rather, you know, it does give it a little bit more life to it. It also works out because as your city, like, you start getting bigger and more buildings, you'll notice fewer trees. So it kind of still does work with the aesthetic of what it would be. Well, unfortunately, just dealing with power. There's about to have enough for the gymnasium or whatever. We're making that work. And it won't be too long before population goes up and we're able to break out some geothermal. And then we can stop relying on these, because these are not super reliable. And also, since we moved the recycling centers so that we have not all of them coming from the same place, you'll notice the recycling centers are going nice and smoothly and the traffic isn't bad. Let's get back to this. We just put the big gymnasium center, whatever you want to say, right here in the middle. And then we'll end up having a walking trail cut across from one side to the other. Everyone else can just drive, I guess. But that should improve the health, that should improve the land value, should improve the taxes. The sweet taxes. Oh, do I like them taxes. Taxes are wonderful. Alright, before everything starts rebuilding, we just want to go over here to the paths. Unlock you. The reason I went out of my way to do that, even though it does cut it into number of houses, is that means all people over in this neighborhood can just walk across, whereas otherwise they will add cars onto this entire loop. Now if you look over on this road, you see all our pedestrians rolling on through. Now that thing's expensive as all get out, so I may... Oh good! The nature reserve's burning down. I don't have fire helicopters, so it's just gonna burn. It was always one thing that bothered me is that you could, like, forest fires, like actual forest fires, are pretty impossible to fight. But now if we start looking at the land value over here, it's not quite maxed out, but real high right in this area. The shore is actually a little bit on the higher end. This is all doing mostly good. So yeah, we boosted the value here a lot. And this should actually spread. So what'll end up happening is as these ones go up in value, it'll kind of have a thing where it spreads out. It'll only have like a certain range that they have all their stuff handled. But yeah. Oh, look. Such a nice day to visit the nature reserve. The good news is it's not burning down the tents a lot, because it's actually about to sit there, going, it's a real pain in the butt to replace. So those trees will come back on their own, by the way. So they're all sticks. They should grow back in on their own. If not, I'll be sad. And it'll make the Cherry Trail way less interesting of a place, I guess, to visit. Alright, so we're going to let our money build up a little bit, and then we're going to start making our walkable, or our walkable neighborhood up here. Like I said, my plan is to take this road down along the shore. We'll hook up this rail connection that happens to be right here, because that'll be perfect for when we build the college and everything. We'll probably take the time. It's not a levee. We'll probably put the time to like put the concrete edge here to make the shore nicer. Because again, that's gonna be the bougie big money part of town. Whereas like this is just like a super duper nice area just in general. This is kind of like the moderate okay area of town. Like it's still not bad, like it's waterfront property, so that's certainly something. But by and large, like this is like just a nice area, and then we're gonna have like this really expensive walkable neighborhood that no one could possibly afford the rent for, let alone college students who are gonna be stuck living there. Okay. So I believe for this, I need to go here. Not you. Quay. That's what we're building. We go here, we're gonna build a quay. What are you? You're like some weird Stonehenge thing? What? So that's good enough for right now. Okay, so we got a quace. There's like a distinct shore. That is incredibly hard to see, game. Man, game. Oh, I guess I'm fast forwarding really fast. I was like, man, game. I'm spending all my time at night. I was like, oh, right. Hey, our nature reserve is maxed out. Who knew that fire was so good for a nature reserve? I feel like, man, that is the greatest weekend ever. I watched the whole thing burn to the ground. Oh my god, I'm sorry. That was way brighter than I thought it was going to be. So yeah. The bouldering rocks could be right here at the Y. And then we'll put the big old museum somewhere. Oh. So I guess you need to be along the road. And then you can do one last thing here, which is... That's not what I actually wanted to do. It's still not how I do that. Alright. So we'll act like they have kayak rentals for the river. Yeah, so you see the trees starting to come back after the wildfire. So nice, that thing is literally maxed out. Oop. Whoops. There we go. Actually, putting kayaks in the middle there. Cool. So we're still making about 1500 right now. It'll probably end up making even more down the road as the population climbs. Meanwhile, let's grab this road. What are you? 4-lane road with bus lanes, that's fine. Okay, so we got a road that connects the whole way. And we're going to do some move it magic here to like... Try and make this a little nicer. Alright. So. The next thing I want to do is, do I have what I need for trains? I don't think we do. Alright, so I can't mess around with the train yet. We will be backing off a little bit of this train. Because I do want it to serve the college, but it doesn't need to be like the entire length of this. Okay, so I have to be very careful with this next part. And the reason I have to be very careful with the next part is the way the walkable communities are. You basically, every little bit you zone of it for walkable, you pay a really high cost for. So it does need to be extremely high land value and all that kind of nonsense. Alright. And unlike the rest of this is where it's been very windy, this is going to be very gritty. So we're going to go up here, the walkable area. I'm going to slow down time now. Okay, that's the roads. Let's block the river and see what happens. Unfortunately, with the way City Skylines works, the water physics are wonky. It'll actually stop flowing and it'll just build up, but it won't endlessly like fill. The way it happens, there's like little spawners in there that just like kind of emanate water. It's the whole thing, because otherwise you'd sit there, you know, plug up one end and plug up the other end, and the whole river would run dry, and it will never happen in the game. So unfortunately, it is just the reality of this game that it kind of has some, man, why are you so bright? Please stop doing that. So, I need to go to Parks, Walkable. Because we need the main building. What am I forgetting? Oh, you know what I'm forgetting? I have to zone first. We start with the tiniest little speck of one. Okay. And we need to do power. And that'll do for now. Alright. So we've got this going on. This is the thing that makes it possible for the pedestrian towns or whatever. Is this the thing that your garbage trucks and your cargo trucks, since pedestrian streets means normal vehicles won't drive on them, it's pedestrian only. So this is like kind of a relay thing where all your vehicles come in, they grab the stuff here, and then they get taken wherever they need to in the air. It's actually one of the other thing that's a side benefit of it, is it does help keep traffic from getting too appallingly bad. So what style road do we want? Small cobblestone. Without issues. Alright, so now comes the tricky parts. Oh man, I really wish it wasn't so bright. Let's just... Oh, don't do that. I just realized what I was doing. Hang on. Just forget that, because you really want to minimize how much you are zoning with this. Like, really minimize it. Because you pay for every square inch of this. I don't really like that that's how it works, but it's what it is. I meant to grab this. And what I want to do... Make sure you're set. Make sure you're set. And then we're not really going to have industry in here. Alright. So. We are doing deliberately mixed zoning. That the hope is this will support what I'm doing. And if not, that'd be sad, and I would be sad about it. But blue zone is not noisy. It depends. So when you're choosing your area here, commercial, like if I do just regular one, some of those will be the organic local produce produces very little noise. If I choose like the leisure, it's very noisy. Wall to wall, I don't remember what the rules are. But we'll sit there. But you can have them next to each other. I do that all the time. But yeah, so it is a thing, and you'll have certain stuff we'll put in here. But yeah, so it's just one of the things to be careful about. All right, so we're gonna start going in here. We are going to need to do stuff to raise the land value. Pedestrian area plazas. You got all sorts of nice things that we can have going on in here. But this will end up being the ritzy part of town. It is going to take a little bit of work because you have to get your land value really high for this to work out. Which does mean, when it comes to expanding our police department and all that, guess who's getting preferential treatment? It's gonna be them. They're gonna get preferential treatment. It is what it is. It's economics. Alright, so it didn't quite make the pedestrian zone big enough. Zone squared required for area focus. Yeah, so the happiness is going up. The entertainment is not high enough. Which does mean what I need to do. So like with the rest of my city, you know, I have like windy roads that do all sorts of stuff and all that. The pedestrian one is going to be very much just grid city. It's fine. Propaganda posters. Excellent. I'm on board. Where do we sign up? So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves some entertainment things. So we're going to get an area for food trucks and an area for ice cream. Camera, do you have a noise value? So you had to be careful with some of these. Some of the parks in that have noise values, and those will piss people off. Okay, and we will go here. And the zone automatically expands. So the one thing to watch is when it does, it is over aggressive, and you will be charged more money for all the area, even if you're not using it. So I trimmed it back a little bit because we are going to be using some of it, but not all of it. Now, also because I'm doing this, we're not going to have the trees in between, because it is literally going to be jammed in there as tight as we can. And that's just kind of the nature of how this is going to go. And then once our population triggers over, we'll build our fire department headquarters and our police department headquarters here. We'll probably build our hospital here. We'll be ready for the university at that point. I still don't, what is this? Like it's like some kind of trench. Like this looks like what would, you'd have a fort here and you've got your like covering area. But at the same time, I don't think that benefits anything. It's fine. All right. So you see our land value is going up. Our entertainment's going up. So just having this exist has a maintenance of 516 per month. So the important thing is to continuously get this built up as much as possible. It needs to be really high land value. Like, really high land value. The next is, you stream most days, 10 to 12 hours. What is your secret? Mostly I've, like, my entire working life, even before streaming, I was always used to working long hours in a lot of jobs. Like, I didn't work outside the 9 to 5 in the later dev jobs, but to give you an idea, like, early on in my career, there was a point in time that I was a full-time student, working a full-time job, running my own business, and working 2 part-time jobs on top of that. Does land value impact education level? No, but impact education level does impact land value. There's the school there. So they are related, but the other way around. Okay. Love your dedication. Thank you. It is one of the things that being successful streaming, unfortunately, it doesn't have to be like absurdly long hours. Did I build 2 schools? No, I didn't. It doesn't require like absurdly long hours, but being able to be consistent. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Being able to be consistent and being able to put in the time does help. Now, it doesn't mean you need to put nearly the hours I put in or anything like that. But it does mean you do have to put in at least some hours. Alright, so we've got a small fountain. We got a large food truck area. A large ice cream area. We've got a flower plaza. Let's go and put the flower plaza behind the school. And a small fountain plaza, we'll put it over here. Alright. Now, I am ending up with more commercial than I really need here. Like, really more than I need. I will start fixing that later. Because when I get to the point of having offices, I'll start culling some of the commercial to replace them with offices. Oh, hey. Let's see, Not saying, I have a meeting starting. Come back after this, as I want to learn City Skylines and love listening to English speakers. Gotcha, no problem. I do only stream for about an extra hour from where I am now. But, if you do make it back in time, I'm more than happy to offer. Okay, so we also need a high school over here. Yeah. No, it's, I'm Eastern time, so it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. All right. Alright, so trees over here will just get all scraggly from the pollution from my industry. You can see where like the nature preserve's going. I don't need to build more residential over here right now. That's what this is. This is going to be a very compact part of town. Next thing I want to do is, how is our school levels at? We are way more uncovered on all grade levels. But our next high school goes in this area. All right. Okay, for entertainment, small glass roof. Honestly, I'm gonna do this right now. I probably shouldn't grow it this fast. But that glass roof zone, I want to be... well, like this, and we'll see what we can make happen here. And hook up all this. That should be fine on that side. It should be able to go like this and just swap out all the other ones. Cool. All right. As I mentioned before, you get charged by how much space this takes, so I always trim off any extra we have. Okay, so this isn't going to be doing us particularly great for money right now. We have kept expanding. It is going to take a little while for it to catch up. But I have to be very careful on how fast I grow it, because you can absolutely wipe yourself out with these. And the reason I'm doing much more frequent turns here is because this is pedestrians. Like, you would go into this area. Where's some of the parks or whatever? You'll notice there's no cars on the roads here. They all walk. The only vehicles that get to go through in cars is stuff like emergency vehicles, utilities, that kind of thing. They very heavily restrict what can and cannot go through here. So as well as things. That's the idea, is a walkable city. All right. And one thing we'll end up changing as time goes on is I probably will change the zoning here from, if we go look at our zoning down here, from low density to, we might go high density. There's also a thing that when we go to the region here, we can have wall-to-wall buildings, which has a reduced risk of fire, but fire spreads faster. But it'll be kind of fun to do it that way because like you really kind of pack everything in. You know, as you would with like a walkable city, like everyone will be kind of densely put together. But yeah. All right. I want to go and sit there and do the recycling stuff later. Alright, so we are going to pay to make our parks and plazas worth more. Naming a district more, you're going to make your city into a tornado target. That was literally an automatic name. The only... I do have the redeem on if you want something named, and the only one we've had is Arch play stuff, which actually, I did not shout Arch out. One moment, shout out at Arch Play Stuff. For those who don't know Arch Play Stuff, fantastic content creator on the platform, friend of the channel and all good stuff. Been playing the Elder Scrolls Online recently. But definitely a good content creator. Well, checking out. But the only thing we have named so far that someone's redeemed is Arch. This like neighborhood-ish area here is Arcadia, Archadia after Arch. But if you do the name someone after me redeem, you can choose something to be named in the town after you. Okay. But yeah, now when it comes to streaming, like the consistency thing is honestly one of the most important things that you can do as far as your channel goes. Because if people do not know when to expect you, they can't show up. And there are a lot of people who, when it comes to their considerations for when to tune on and stream and all that, that they will take into consideration when you are streaming. That's going to be needed soon enough, so we'll just go ahead and set up now. All right. If I build an emergency shelter, I assume I can't... Yeah, I cannot place it here. The emergency shelters have to be placed out on the road going in. So I will want to put, like, the big emergency shelter here. And periodically have routes for people to get out to the emergency shelters. Oh, we are getting noise pollution. What? Did I go too far out? Oh, that's why. Yeah, so that's the reason we're getting noise pollution. So, what's happening is all these ones are keeping businesses that aren't that noisy. But these ones, because they're outside of that region, are noisy. So we want to go here. Now basically force those commercial zones to, like, rezone. Which will upset them greatly. But you know what? I can't have them literally causing my people to die because of getting sick because they can't sleep. So those business in the corner back here just went under. I mean, technically the houses went away too, but you know that I don't really care. It's fine. Okay. Yep, so we have our nice little area starting to build up. It's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, like, this feels a lot more like an authentic city over here. We've got, like, you know, your little main bridge going down this road. You've got kind of the houses by the shore. Some of them got bigger trees, some have smaller trees. You got, like, the much more wooded in area. You've got a little park back here with its, like, little thing going on. It's good times. And this definitely just... I mean, this will be authentic, but it fills in. This feels like the really nice, like, bougie downtown area of some walkable city. Oh, yeah, I do have a... I was gonna say, it's like, oh, someone died. There's like, do I have a means of helping this person? Like, oh, right, we do have stuff there. Alright, let's check our land values again to see what's going on. So, it hasn't really spread much. I probably need to put more businesses or more parks or whatever in here, like some tennis courts or something. That'll help. Meanwhile, you look at this one, and right off the bat, this whole block is just really high land value, and we're going to keep it that way. And it's going to get higher once I add the police and fire department, all that. Because, again, if I'm paying every single tile of this costs me maintenance, compared to this doesn't, I am maximizing every penny I can out of this real estate space we have up there. Meanwhile, we need to put something over here. A large decorative parking lot. A large park that citizens will visit and enjoy parking their cars in. What? This map from one of the packs, or did you get it off the workshop? I think it came with one of the DLC. Which DLC? I don't really know. A multi-story decorative parking garage. What? A decorative parking garage? What? Alright, we're putting a Japanese garden in there. That should boost the land value. We decorated with concrete. Yeah, so we got ourselves a nice little Japanese garden in here now. That'll help increase the land values a little bit. At least it should. Yeah, so you're starting to see the up arrows there. So that should take care of that. Yep, there's another one there. So you should start seeing that land value creep out and start going in this area. So I'll probably have to put like a couple more parks here. Because it is definitely worth trying to get your land values up. The higher the land value, the more tax money you get. Often, like, the better job opportunities your people also have in the area, because, you know, more prestigious companies and all that move into your area. Then the undesirables move in. And the Legion of Doom buys condos and the property values go down. Behold, the ornamental parking lot that symbolizes man's victory over nature. We made a grid of concrete and metal. And we park our automobiles in. They see all these cars that are for the people here? It's a pedestrian town, so they all just park in the front area. And they walk home. No cars allowed in the downtown area. If it does start to get too far away, it becomes problematic that this becomes an issue. So it doesn't hard limit you on how big you can. You can actually get the pedestrian areas to be very large, but it is a thing that becomes more and more of a problem as it gets larger and larger. We won the most beautiful city! Yay! I need 7 more citizens and then we rank up. There we go. All right. So we can start making our roads nicer and a whole bunch of stuff. You leave a few standard roads running through my pedestrian areas? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Just to help stuff move around. All right, are we ready for university? We are not. But we are ready for a high school. And we're ready for a fire department. Okay, we'll deal with that in 1 month. The police department will come here in just a minute. But first, I need to fix the zoning to just ever so slightly fill it in. That's what we're doing is we're going to build the police department, the fire department up here. We'll build a hospital up here. So, like, the university area is going to get its own support. Let's look at our options now for, did we get trains? No. We get trains at 11,000 people, so we're not going to get those anytime soon. Because they have a railroad track right here. Okay, we will expand this area more. Okay. Let's check. Alright. I was checking to see if we could do like where we pack everything in again. It's not a bad idea to have like the standard roads. Because then what you can do is you can have like a standard road go through here. Put this like right in the middle of your city and all that. Like right now it's going to all grow one way. So everyone who pops in is going to go here and have to walk home. And it can get just worse and worse. I do really love that they added this, the pedestrian thing. That was a DLC, like otherwise you really just cannot make walkable cities. So this restaurant is trying, or this company is trying to open, but they need a bunch of uneducated people, and they're just getting to make that. Peng said, product zombie question. I was fighting a line of 50 zombies, got through half of them, maybe more, and then I saw the rest turn around and start walking away and then disappeared. What is that? Ever seen it before? Yep, multiplayer. What happens if you cross the cell line and the server just basically nopes the zombies out and deletes them? If you're not doing a multiplayer, I have not seen that outside of multiplayer. That would make me think mod problems. But yeah, no, it's actually one of the big bummers in multiplayer is you cannot realistically fight really big groups, because you cross the cell line, then it deletes it, which kind of is just disappointing. A bunch of uneducated people? They should recruit off Facebook. Yeah, I mean, the problem here, though, is those people don't live in our town. We're educating our people. No problem, Penguin. I hope things are going well for you. Oh, do we get our, No, we do not get our big one yet. Alright, so next up is we're building a proper police headquarters in our town instead of like the little dinky police station. All of that to serve our incredibly ritzy part of town. To continue to escalate the land values as aggressively as we possibly can. Let's see, work's busy. Other than that, going well. I hope all is well. You excited for City Skylines too? Yep, that is the entire reason we're playing this today. We were playing Raft. We finished the main story of Raft, so that's done. And I was like, alright, well, I wanted to mess with some City Skylines. Let's mess with some City Skylines. And it's been going pretty good. Like, it looked like some of the big change in City Skyline 2s that was really exciting is you were watching them like draw like the on-ramps for highways and all that. And right now in City Skyline 1s, getting on-ramps that look good without tools like Move It is an absolute nightmare. This game can steal 100 hours from you before you realize it? Oh yeah. This one can, RimWorld can, any like game like Stardew Valley, like that style of game can absolutely do it, where just like one more day. Oxygen Not Included can. Any of the like 4X things like Stellaris or Civilization. It's those things like, oh yeah, just one more turn, and you go, when did the sun come up? I'm not ready for the sun to come up. I'm supposed to sleep. I have work in the morning. Oh wait, it is the morning. You got 4,000 hours in Skylines? How many hours do I have? Sorry for the scroll. So I'm nowhere near that high. I'm approaching 600 hours. But I absolutely adore the game as well. That feels low. Because they've got most of the achievements last I looked. Yeah, I'm missing... One second. Let me drag this up. I'm missing less than 20 achievements. Great, it's morning. That means I don't need to go to bed anymore and keep playing. Did my camera just die? Oh, yes it did. RIP camera. Give me a moment to go ahead and fix that. Alright, so it'll take just a minute. I do apologize where it's going to scroll to the side. It's just, even when I tab out of the window, it still detects that it's going to the side, and yeah, that going on. It's been a while since the camera's locked up. Like, I've had it lock up once or twice when I was fussing with trying to realign it. Like, the cable messed up. Alright, I reactivated too fast. Oh, ooh, actually, that made my headset reset and everything. Alright. Yes, no, maybe? Yes, no, maybe, camera? And let's get that line back up, because I knocked it out of alignment. Unplugging and replugging the camera. Cool. Alright. So, that one's struggling from not enough customers. Ooh, actually, they need higher educated people than I have available, because we're not up to the point I can build colleges yet. 4,000... So I need 8,000 people. So we're getting there. Alright, so let's go ahead and expand this more. Right, and we need to decide what we're putting in here. We can add a statue plaza. We have the large ice cream and all that. A large fountain plaza. Let's go ahead and do the large... So, ice cream and food trucks. And suddenly, everyone's property values just spiked. As it was meant to be. I probably shouldn't be bothering to do this anymore. This grid. I was trying to do it mostly to keep mixed zoning. Because there's, you know what? Yeah, I'm done doing it that way. I'll do it like every other block. So this one's just going to be solidly that. And then this one will be grid. That should help a little bit where I'm making too much commercial. Okay. So we've got that going on. I need the new police department here. And let's see what else we need to do. So we've got that expanding. We need to get the new police department in here. The population is climbing. We don't get the crematorium till like 80,000, right? 18,000. That's fine. I also probably want to put a public library over here. Because this part of town gets all the things they've ever wanted. And the things they didn't. They just get. Alright, so I'm waiting till 60,000. Okay. And how's the grid doing? Power grid's fine for the moment. Water's fine for... Oh, do we get geothermal yet? So yeah, so we got the not as good geothermal. And pretty soon we'll get the good geothermal. And when we get the good geothermal, then we can start decommissioning our coal and our wind and all that and just go geothermal. Okay. I love some of the text here. My little princess... One second. My little princess was trapped up in a tree for 3 hours before the fire department showed up to save her majesty. Save the cats. Funny cats. Okay. Now we're almost at the time to set up our police department over here. Let's see. Late night furniture shopping can lead to a one night stand was one of my favorites. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, now they have their own dedicated police department. Look at all those buildings going from their darker colors, indicating that they're not as well serviced, to really well. Oh yeah, pretty soon I'm gonna have to, not have to. Pretty soon I'm going to want to set up the, mail. And next up, you get your own dedicated hospital. Yes. Keep that land value climbing. All will have money. Alright, let's check. Yeah, that's one thing that's happened. So we need to shrink that grid to only include where we actually have houses. Why are you taking the sudden aggressive tip? I mean, I guess we did just build a really big police department that costs us $1,600 a week. Oh, right, and when the house is upgraded, it takes them a moment to get, like, reoccupied kind of thing. So you, like, have a house that's paying an okay amount, it'll disappear, you'll have a moment where you're not getting paid, and then you'll get paid more when it pops back. Yeah, just like that, we're back up in money. How are you doing, by the way, Park? So you're fetching me about 1,300. We've had a total of almost 18, we have a little over 18,000 people visit our park. All right. Alicarn just made every plant in the house perk up. I'm sorry, did that pick up on the mic? I do apologize so much that picked up on the mic. Usually the noise canceling does. I didn't think about it. Like I'm slightly zoned out because it's getting late. Okay, I don't mind if people realize what was happening with the body language. That's fine. I was just saying, it was like, oh, please tell me I didn't do that. I usually, even then, I'll still, like, mute the mic even though that, it's just like, that one came on, I was like, alright. Yep, body language. Yeah, I can understand where you can just see it's like, yep, I know what's happening here. That's her. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is the public library. God, how ridiculously large you are of building. That we still haven't filled this spot in because of the commercials. So let's put it over here. Raising those land values even more. I'm sorry. Are you telling me this building is a pharmacy? This building right here, with all of the neon lights all over it, is a pharmacy. Oh, okay. Good thing there's a pharmacy on the other side of the pharmacy. And then there's a drugstore next to the pharmacy. What is downtown? There's another pharmacy and another drugstore. And another drugstore and another drugstore. Well, I know why this neighborhood's so happy. There's not one of those people who isn't absolutely completely obliterated with every possible medication you could imagine. Because for that many pharmacies to not be going out of business, there's some people popping some serious pills over there. Now, it's a pharmacy, so they're all legal pills. Nothing illegal's happening there. I mean, other than the people going to jail. Ours says, I once lived at an intersection with a Walgreens, a Rite Aid, and a CVS, and a grocery store with a pharmacy. Incoming opioid epidemic in 3, 2, 1. I mean, the The amount of medication they're moving, I can't imagine that's not a thing. And any other addictive thing is probably a thing too. And even the non-addictive ones, we're just going to pretend they're addictive too in our circumstances as well. Because that is a lot of pharmacies. Let's consider that entire area, like every third business is a pharmacy. And I imagine it'll be no different up here, right? Yep, pharmacy. Another pharmacy, a drugstore. Yep, so it's basically the same way. So this neighborhood probably has something like 50 pharmacies. And it has a population about 2,080 people. Which means there is... Yeah, there's what, like... I was doing the division the wrong way. I was like, wait a second, that's not right. So there's a pharmacy for every, like, 50 to 60 people. That's pretty good. Pretty solid pharmacy saturation. Now, it'd be one thing if they're like all going out of business. You'd be like, oh well, you just opened too many pharmacies. I understand. The fact that they're all like, nope, we're good. We got the customers. Now, I was gonna say with the with Alric mentioning that lived at an intersection with the Walgreens, a Rite Aid, and a CVS, and a grocery store, the pharmacy. That's actually not unusual. There's certain types of businesses that do like to cluster. I don't know why they do it. Like, genuinely. Like, there's some business that makes sense, like car dealerships clustering. Where you have, like, the BMW dealership, and then the Honda dealership, and then the Ford dealership, and then the Toyota dealership, whatever. You'll have, like, a bunch of them will all go to one spot, because they know you're gonna shop around. So they'll be like, alright, we have a better chance of getting a sale by having all of us in one area. And then, as you know, bounce around and having a good offer. And they're also, yeah, a lot of times they are owned by the same people, or, like, the same larger organization. But it is a strategy to do that. But I have seen it's very common for like the CVS to be here and the Walgreens to be there, and then you'll have like Publix or Target or whatever with their own pharmacy there as well. Like the big grocery store kind of pharmacy I find as at a little bit different level. They're just going entirely for the convenience play. Versus the Walgreens and CVS kind of thing usually have a broader offering, but they are deliberately like, if you go to one pharmacy and they don't have the thing to get your prescription, like not your prescription thing, but like you go in, they're like, oh, I came here to pick up whatever, and by the way, I'm gonna like pick up my runny nose medicine, like allergy medicine, or I'm gonna pick up this non-prescription thing. Oh, that one didn't have it. Go across the street. The other one probably does. So I do think it does benefit them to be close enough nearby where, because I can tell you when not prescription, because prescription that's usually not been a problem. But for non-prescription stuff, where you're like, oh, I need some, like, for an upset stomach, or I've got a cold, or I've got allergies, or whatever the thing is, I got a headache, or whatever, that if one place doesn't have what you're looking for, the other one almost always does. And I can't tell you the number of times they've gone thinking it's like, yeah, they'll definitely have it, and then they don't, whatever it was. Like, whatever the thing was, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, I need an antacid, and they're just like, the Walgreens is out for God knows what reason. Like, all right, well, I guess I'll go there. Or getting your like your passport photo, where they all used to offer it, and like none of them do, and you have to go to like 30 different places just to find a place that you can actually get a valid passport photo. Walgreens used to have a great selection of bulk candy. I remember that. I remember it used to be a thing, like them at a bunch of the grocery stores, is you'd show up like the day after Valentine's Day or the day after Halloween, and just, they would already be labeling them all for, like, half off or better. And it'd be just like, yep, this is a great decision. I'm gonna have a good time with this. Not gonna feel too good in the morning, but, you know, $10 to get enough candy to, you know, really mess me up? Sure. Alright, so bear with me, chat, because I'm gonna take a quick minute here to use the restroom and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna let this run, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, has been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, the donuts, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it. We're going to slow down the time. Slow down the time. And we are going to let you watch the city, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Stretching my legs. Got a new drink. We're in good shape. I see some of these houses in this game, like in the nice downtown areas, and I'm like, okay. So on one side, I would love one of those houses, because they've got like all their solar set up and there's all that. And the other side, I'm like, man, I don't want to know what that house costs. I am sure it is not cheap. Like some of those, like if you're like a downtown, like downtown Boston or something, like in like the nicer part of downtown and all that, like the really ritzier, you can walk through it. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Especially when that green bar is full. Oh yeah, like you're talking like Winter Park, Florida. You're talking like the nice part of Boston. You're talking like the nicer parts like Manhattan or whatever, San Francisco, whatever, those kind of things. And you're just like, yep, I don't want to think about how much that property costs. If you gotta ask, it's too much. All right. Yes, we are having them struggle. Oh yeah, it's like our staff. I mean, to be fair, you want nothing but like you want mostly uneducated people. Yeah, you're gonna go out of business, that's fine. Yeah, so we're emptying the trash over there. I can move another block over there, will be fine. Let's see, RX says, where I'm at in 2008, my place was $450 a month. Now it's $1,450 a month. Yup. That was, there's a lot of places in Central Florida that are the same way. That the prices didn't just go up, the prices just straight up exploded. Yeah, so like I said, the pedestrian area, I'm just making it grid work. So like the outside of the pedestrian area is gonna be all nice like this, and then we'll just get to like just downtown. And honestly, what I'm gonna do with this? So you gotta be careful because I'm probably going to have to expand my infrastructure on this one, my power, my water, that kind of stuff. So it's not overspend if we can help it on this. Okay, we need a couple of things to them over here to keep the land values up and all that. Put Statue Plaza there. And a large fountain here. Like, that was a thing over the course of, like, a year or two when I was renting the apartment. My apartment went up a couple $100 again. That wasn't even, like, recently either. That was going, like, way back to, like, yeah, 2005 or so, 2006, 2007, somewhere in that ballpark. That just, prices explode. I mean, a big part of that is, like, the number of people wanting to move into, like, the middle of Central Florida just kept increasing more and more and more. There's just places like Orlando and Orlando, Melbourne, that all became like really very much of a tech hub. Nothing compared to like Silicon Valley or whatever, but like lots and lots of startup tech hubs. You had Electronic Arts started blowing up in the area, all that kind of stuff. So that like caused the job opportunities to explode, which brought way more people in. For like engineering, you had like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, USA, all those kind of groups here, so that blew up, that kind of thing. The University of Central Florida, and then Full Sail, and there's like Rollins College and all of them. Those all exploded as far as size went. So it's kind of like all of these business opportunities all showed up at the same time, and just every year they were just, you know, like increasing by like 20, 30, 40, 50% their size and their staffing and everything, and just cause the entire area to go. And then that's not even getting like the tourist area, like Mickey Mouse, like Disney kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and expanding more and more. Universal kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, expanding more and more. For a while, SeaWorld was, and then Blackfin came out, and then SeaWorld's been not doing nearly as well. Understandably so. Which, for the record, that movie is pretty unfair. Like, don't get me wrong, keeping orcas in captivity is pretty awful, considering they're an animal who needs an extraordinarily large habitat. But a lot of that they didn't know about when they did it, and, you know, good, bad, or otherwise. But these days, the amount of good stuff that a lot of those organizations do is pretty amazing. Like, we had, it was, I can't remember what the circumstances were. There was a car accident that they were shipping a shark, and I don't remember what the situation was. And it wasn't SeaWorld that was shipping, it's just some other group was shipping a shark, and the vehicle got in an accident. So there's a shark on the freaking highway, just like laying on the highway. And SeaWorld like went dashing out there to, like, you know, take care of the shark and, you know, get it someplace safe and then rehabilitate it and all that, and then get it to where it was supposed to go. And man, it was a whole thing. All the manatee problems we've had here, because there was these algae blooms that happened that the manatees would eat it, it would paralyze them, and then they would drown. And then after that, there's cold snaps. Manatees are extremely sensitive to freezing temperatures. So if their body, like if their temperature gets too low, like literally, their like tail will just like shred to ribbons and that kind of stuff. So there's like SeaWorld and Animal Kingdom and a bunch of Busch Gardens, a whole bunch of them. Like anyone who could bring in manatees were bringing them in to try and rehabilitate them to save as many as they could. Let's see. Ark says, for Irma, we had a warehouse serving all Floridians' response in Orlando. Really dread driving into and out of Orlando from Fort Myers. Fort Myers. I'm trying to think of what road you would take for that. Because, like, for the roads that get bad is there's I-4 up in the Daytona area gets bad, and then, like, the north end of downtown Orlando to the just below downtown Orlando is probably one of the worst for the area. And then, like, way down by Tampa gets pretty bad. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so it's that pocket by Tampa, it's real bad, then it gets not so bad, and then you get, like, right around downtown, it gets real bad again. Okay, how's our graveyard doing, by the way? It won't be too long before we need a brand new graveyard. Okay. Art says, rammed over a gator in the middle of 75 in a box truck. No idea how you know it. Yeah, especially because they usually don't ramp. They usually just go thump, and then you can, like, roll and stuff like that. Because gators are not, I mean, unless it's like a little gator, but gators are very not insignificant things. Alright. Sorry. It's about a 6-footer? Yeah. Yeah, no, you're lucky you didn't roll the vehicle. Because, I mean, people think of the gators like, a gator's like that big, and it's a very dense thing. You're gonna hit it, it's not gonna flatten. Not really. Alright, so how are the land values? At the moment, there's... It looks like we're starting to hit a death wave. Yes, this is maxed out land value. straight up maxed out land values here. Oh, I forgot there's a bunch of policies and all that we can do here as well. We have slow driving rules. You can have a sugar ban. Which causes an increasing crime due to citizens starting to smuggle illegal candy bars into the area. But it increases the lifespan of people. You can have street music, which makes the commercial zones happier, but increases their thing. Deliver everywhere. All buildings within the area get cargo deliveries and garbage service via the service points, even if they're not placed on pedestrian roads. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so like as you do stuff here, you'll get more special buildings you can put in there. And how are you doing, by the way? Doing good. Making good money. Never, like, when you're playing this game, never sleep on the parks and all that. Like, you don't even have to have stuff like this. Stuff like these parks will make you money as long as they're not, like, horrifically placed. So once you build it, it's just, like, passive income. It'll increase all the land value around. So when it's giving me this thing where it's saying, hey, 2,300, that's not even counting the fact that 2,300 is not bringing into account where it's making this land value higher around here. That's like all good news all around. Surprisingly, we don't have more traffic. Considering this, like, literally everyone comes in here, I'm really surprised our traffic isn't worse. Like, it's not amazing. We've done a good job of distributing our recycling, so we have this area to handle all that. We have this area to handle that. They did say park on both sides of a river once, and the people using it to get across add up pretty quickly. My favorite one, like, if you want to get to, like, really kind of exploity stuff, is I would have my metro. I'd have a metro station, like a set of metro stations inside, like, a giant park, and that those metro stations would independently go to all the distance areas of the city. And there's some kind of limit, I remember, in how many pedestrians can be running around, and you'd hit it because just like all the people would go into the metro, and you'd just watch that ticket money go, because everyone wanted to get their fast travel to wherever they wanted to go. So like to get to the football game and all that, they'd all go into the metro, but it means they had to buy their ticket to get into the park. It was a thing to behold. Alright, so how much does this hospital cost me? You cost me nothing, it's gonna be a problem. Does this map have a coast on one side? I don't. Yes. No, wait. I can't tell. There might be a coast out there, it might be a plane. Get out of my way, bird. I can't tell. Like, this way definitely no. But I can't tell. Not the map you thought it was? Yeah, no, this, I don't remember which DLC this map came with. It is one of the DLC maps. Alright. So my concern right now is if I build the hospital, it's gonna hit my weekly income too much. And that'll be a problem. One policies we can do. That's actually gonna be. We're gonna turn that policy on. That's gonna hit us pretty hard because I have a lot of parks. Book fairs. So that'll make our libraries work a little bit better. In the meantime, I just noticed you. All right. Yeah, so that's going to temporarily knock our money down. And then we should see the land value down here increase a lot. Which my hope is then that'll bring it back up. Well, it should increase some, because this is now increasing the land value even more. And then the other parks are starting to increase the land value even more. Alright. You're starting to want more industry? I can provide that. Okay, looks like our water's good. We'll have to check in our power here in a minute. Okay, we've got all that. How is our power doing? Power looks fine. How's our education doing? Elementary's good, high school good. We don't have the ability to build a university, so that's not going to be good. The public libraries are just doing their best. Okay. I guess we just expand this more. I don't think I need a new park, and that's the reason I think this will be fine, because if I expand it this way without building any new parks, just taking advantage of what we got, we should get the benefit of those new parks with no additional costs. So it should up our revenue a little bit. And pretty soon I want a mixed zone again. I honestly probably should mix zone this one, but at the moment, let's get more residential in here. And then I'll mix zone the next one. Let's go here. That's not what I want. Okay, and let's wait for some residents to move in. And we get all that sorted. Because also if we get more residents in, we'll go to the next tier and I'll get more building options to work with. I'll probably want to do childcare and elderly care in this area as well at some point. I want to kind of worry about getting to the university first, though. We got a forest fire, so that's just going to be a thing. It is what it is. Alright, not enough workers, not enough workers, that's all fine. Oh, right, I was going to build a graveyard. There you go. Our current one's starting to fill up. And also help deal with that here. Okay, so profit's gone way up. We don't have any of these things saying, hey, particularly increase. And that's probably, because it looks like we're starting to have people die from old age. So we're probably going to have a bit of a mild death wave that we're going to be going through, where we'll just be rotating people out for a little bit. And things will continue to thrive as that goes, hopefully. Assuming I didn't grow too fast. That is always the big danger in City Skylines, if you grow way too rapidly, whenever that delay between when you grew rapidly and when they die from old age happens, it comes back where you just have this big punch and you just drop. So honestly, late game of this is almost entirely trying to work around the death waves and traffic. Those are like your two big problems you run into this. Yeah, like this looks like so many cities I've seen where it's just straight up grid. Just nicest grid. And then this is also like so many cities I've seen where it's just like heavily forested, roads winding through and having this. And honestly, both of these cities, depending on where you're at in Florida, you can 100% find cities that look just like those. Probably not that many in these style of pine trees. There'll be lighter pine trees or more tropical stuff. Hey, Chicago, how's it going? Got more trees burning, per the usual. Okay, so we're becoming way more lucrative. So you could definitely put... Yes, these are still gaining... Yeah, like, all these are still just working on upgrading their house value. Alright. So we're gonna spend the money. Maybe we shouldn't. Oh, you don't fit. Was there a different hospital style? I thought there was a wavy hospital. Oh, there's a high capacity and a normal capacity. Okay. Now let's go here to the zone. Alright, now they have their own medical here too. That's gonna hit my my income bad, because that thing's 2,400. But it handles 500 people and it can put out 30 ambulances to deal with it. So it'll help a lot. And the classic money, the land value just keeps rising. Oh, well, thank you. How are you? I'm doing good. Just been enjoying myself, enjoying some city skylines. We got like this this like any town that has a lot of money kind of street, and then we've got like the more rural to middle-sized town-ish kind of place. We got like the mixing into the trees everywhere. Like eventually this is gonna have to spread out so like it makes a transition from what they are versus like weirdly just kind of ending and going there, but we'll get there. We'll probably end up getting rid of a lot of this industry here that's super polluting, and move more into the lumber industry over here. Oh, you're starting to actually get vehicles backing up. That's concerning. Oh, it's all the trucks coming here. That makes sense. Oh, did we unlock? Yeah, we haven't unlocked our one. I'm gonna need to unlock one of these zones so I can get a highway route for this business that does not go through town. Because we've officially reached the point that the trucks are becoming a problem. Alright, we have a power problem. That's unfortunate. Come on. So, unfortunately, because the wind is slowing down, it's really hurting us power-wise. That's the reason I can't wait till we get on the geothermal, which should be soon. Oh, please, please don't keep this down long enough that they start abandoning their homes. Okay, it's coming back. Just come the whole way back, please. Alright. Okay, so we just had a brownout, that's all. That's my too much dependence on wind. Later on, like I said, I'll move to geothermal. Geothermal's easily, like, the best one to deal with. Solar is pretty reliable in this game, too, because what ends up happening with solar is, like, the solar just kind of magically has its own batteries. So you do recover very, like, they're just consistent. And you kind of want to get away from stuff like coal because it creates trucks to move the fuel in and out. Well, in. And that can contribute to your already, like, when you get late game and literally anything you can do to get another vehicle off the road is worth doing. Yeah, they got bollards that lift in and out. So vehicles that want to come in have to go through there. How's the land value? So land value is mostly maxed out except for that corner, but that's okay. Big problem I have is keeping our finances in order. You have trash piling up and crime and all that. Go ahead and cancel doing that. Oh, we've probably hit the point where, because of the traffic jam here, this traffic jam is now causing the garbage trucks to not get where they need to be in time. I'm gonna have to fix that. I don't have enough, like, if we put a roundabout there, that would work, but I don't have enough room to put a roundabout there. I have to extend the map. Or I'm gonna have to, like, put the roundabout up here and, like, reroute it up kind of thing. That might be one thing to help this. I don't have money. If I take this one, like a road up here, then these ones can, you know, pop out here and go up where they need to go. So it alleviates some of the dump trucks and that going on that road. Wait, wasn't there... Okay, we added more lanes onto the road. That should help a little bit. Still gonna have traffic, but at least it's gonna improve the throughput some. It'll still drop back down to 2 lanes, but I think that's fine once we get around that right turn. That should lead more of the cars that want to go north to just bypass all this, and same with the others. There'll be all the vehicles turning left here, that'll be a problem. Okay, yeah, it's already clearing up. Cool, cool, cool. That's all we needed. Still, surprisingly, we're only running into traffic problems now for just not building out a good way for this to operate. And having, like, the main industry trunk go through here. Having all this residential go through here. having this whole area back here go through there. I'm surprised it hasn't been an issue. We got so close to hitting 8,000. That said, that'll be a thing for another time. In the meantime, I feel like we've done pretty good on the city so far. Like I said, we got our grand tour. You pop in here, we've got our original industrial zone. It's scummy, it's gross, it's awful. You pop over here. We got our emergency stuff for disaster preparedness and our lumber industry, much better. We have our primary source of power, which is a whole bunch of wind. Not really ideal, but it does work. And then we've got over here, we've got our nice, fairly like, not rural, but not very high density area. People ignore the burning trees in the background. That, you know, we've got all these different things. We have a million pharmacies in the middle here. But you got kind of like these going through. We got all our trees in here to make it look a lot more natural, especially the burned down parts. We've got our local park here. It takes up this whole area. It's a nice little nature reserve where we've got a little area for everyone to meet up in the middle. Tons of little tent areas, observatories. It's making us some pretty good money, so that's always a plus. And then when we go up the road here, we've got kind of just a more modern part of town, much more money going on here. Kind of ritzy, kind of bougie, but making money there. And then this is the future site of where our college is going to be when I can actually build one. So we are growing a bit slow as far as population goes, but we're making an interesting town. And what I expect will probably happen as we play is, one, we'll get the university showing up here. We'll fill in this spot probably with more like residential, commercial, probably offices. Once we get the offices, a lot of these commercial are going to switch over to offices. Maybe we make this like a leisure/tourist area, so we put a bunch of leisure/tourist businesses here, and then residential to serve it behind there. No idea what we're doing on their side of the highway. This might end up being like our big industrial area. Probably take, you know, this highway over here, branch it off over here, have it, you know, be where all the trucks get on and off so that we can avoid the trucks going through the town. But yeah, I like the way it's looking so far. I still, and I'm hoping this is something that happens with City Skylines too, with like the tree density in that. I hope they do allow for that, because generally speaking, when you look at cities and City Skylines, they end up looking like this, where the ground looks very plastic, it looks very open, and even these little trees, I feel like a lot of these little trees are even new. But versus when you get into here where like the trees are much denser, to me that looks a lot more like a city. Like even where we're not that density, even where we're like over here, just having trees like packed in here and there in between buildings and all that, still makes it feel like more of a city. And yeah, we have the coast where you have very little trees on it because you're right on the beach. But all of that does kind of contribute to giving it an authentic city vibe. Whereas like when we zoom in so we don't see the edges of this feels pretty good. Like if we go like that looks authentic. But the moment you pan out and you see this flat plastic no trees, it feels weird. Like I'd expect you to see like a forest and you have like a patch of no stuff, and then, you know, like this where it's not super dense trees. What are you? But like everywhere. What? You're just a hole? Okay, sure. Random hole into the middle of the earth underground? Sure. Anyways, with all that said, I'm going to go ahead and pause the game, and we're going to stop the recording.